Racing is due to get underway at 8:10. The first two races, race 81 and 82, the women's G Quad Scull, have been consolidated to the final. So we'll get back to you just before racing starts. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of racing at the New South Wales Masters Championship Regatta. I'm joined in the commentary by Michael McRae. Good morning,
Rob. Good morning. It's a fantastic morning for rowing out here at the Regatta Centre. After a foggy start yesterday, some clear conditions, visibility is good, the water is flat, and we'll be getting underway rather shortly with race 83 on the program. It's the first heat of the men's coxless 4. The progression for this race is that the first 4 crews across the line will go to the final in race 95 and the remainder will be eliminated. We'll get a start at 10 past 8, so just under 1 minute's time. So just run through the crews. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowp, Carl Quitzow, David Greenslade and Mark Bindner. In lane 3, from Glebe Rowing Club is James Wentworth, Ashton Hinksman, Hank Evek and Christopher Nish. In lane 4 from St George, Cromwell Olivier, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. In lane 5 from Armadale, Michael Robinson, Gregory Rolfe, Richard Percy and Hugh Dalwick. In lane 6 from Mossman is Nathan Birch, Richard Parry, Mike Salter and Miguel Arujo. And finally in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie is Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Sean Ryan and Bill Schneider. We've got to start, Rob.
Yeah, they're underway and a nice clean start and certainly get action underway. The conditions, as Mike said, are just perfect out there at the moment. And as they come into thing, it does look like the Sydney crew has got out to a bit of a flyer, as have the St George crew in the middle of the field. So we expect that's where the competition will come from, just based on these. Although the Lake Macquarie and Mossman crews are both strong crews, so we'll see how that pans out as we get down the course.
Yeah, certainly Sydney Rowing Club in the sky blue on the far side of the course, lane 2. Stuart Cowp, Carl Quitzow, David Greenslade and Mark Bindner. I think some of those names are familiar to the New South Wales Masters State team. They're looking good. St George in lane 4 as well. If I was to hazard a guess at this distance, probably running second at the moment.
Yes, Mike, and those Sydney guys have had a big day yesterday. They won I think the D and E8, the majority of them, so they've spent a bit of successful time out on the course, but it does look like the races between these two as they come through the 500 metre mark. It is Sydney with a clear margin over St George, followed by the Lake Macquarie crew, as predicted over on this side of the field. So still a bit of work to be done, but first 4 through to the final. I don't think there'll be too much panic in any of those 3 crews at the moment.
Yeah, Mossman and Armadale and Glebe thereafter just a bit off the pace. We're looking forward to hearing from Nathan Birch in that Mossman boat a little bit later on this morning up here in the commentary tower. But for the moment, he is attending to his work in the colours of Mossman in lane 4, or lane 6 I should say.
Well, Mike, they want to get a move on, otherwise he might be up here sooner than expected. So he would be very hopeful of getting through to the final. But certainly the St George crew looks to have now pulled up equal with the Sydney crew and
yes,
have a fair bit of boat speed at the moment, as do the Lake Macquarie crew over on this side. A lot of work being put in by that Mossman crew now, so Nathan certainly got those legs driving now, but it's going to be a tough race between them and the Armadale crew to see who gets through for that 4th place. A little bit of wandering in the steering in that Mossman crew as well, or both crews, so be lucky to avoid a clash. But it is that St George crew in the middle of the field looking very, very comfortable as they come down towards the line.
Yeah, it's interesting that St George crew has certainly taken chunks out of the lead, enjoyed early in the race by Sydney Rowing Club, and just question whether the race is really going to be for that 5th, that between 4th and 5th, of course, for that final qualifying spot. Sydney and St George are all now but assured of qualification, or progression I should say, through to the final in race 95. So it's Mossman and Armadale who really are tussling for that final qualifying spot. I think it's actually going to be a win for St George. Sydney Rowing Club have just taken it down. They're happy to let it drift over the line. 1st place to St George, 2nd place to Sydney, 3rd place to Lake Macquarie. It's going to be tight, but Mossman's going to snatch it off of Armadale. They claim the final qualifier. Unlucky Armadale missing out on progression, and Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3 in 6th place. So just to recap the results, a win for St George Rowing Club, 2nd place to Sydney Rowing Club, 3rd place Lake Macquarie, 4th place Mossman, 5th place to Armadale and 6th place Glebe.
And we move right on to race 84 on the starting blocks. The men's coxless 4, heat 2, progression first, 4 to the final. In lane 3, we have Newcastle's Chris Keats, AJ Rooney, Tim Bland, Anthony Stanley. Lane 4 is North Shore's Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Timothy Sargent, and Jeffrey Beer. Lane 5, University of New South Wales, David Lees, Matthew Fion, Simon Van Rischek, and Scott Mason. In lane 6, Manning Rivers, Nick Johnson, Murray Doust, Glenn Herbert, and Rhett Patterson. And in lane 7, Mossman, Scott Beasley, Justin Hooker, Mark Luan, and Andrew Hurigan.
It's a quick start for the Mossman boat on this near side of the course in lane 7. That's Beachley, Hooker, Lewarne and Hurigan. Even just looking down the course, Rob, they have gotten out to a very, very good start. Have the crew in the Mossman colours.
Yeah, certainly that is the case, and Andrew Hurigan not scared of a bit of rate, and it certainly is being putting in the early stages of this race, but certainly going out with them is the Manning River crew, a very experienced crew again, and they look to have got a bit of a lead, although the Newcastle crew over in lane 3 does appear that they've pulled up a little bit of that, bridged a little bit of that gap as they come down towards the 500.
Well, there are 5 crews in this race, Rob, so of course that means only one of them will miss out on qualification through to the final in race.
So as we come down to the 500 metre mark, it is that Mossman crew holding quite a handy leader, just over a length to the Manning River crew, followed back to Newcastle over in lane 3, and then it will be North Shore and University of New South Wales. So the University of New South Wales crew has all the work to do. They've got to, if they're going to pull back and get into this final, they've got to really work on this next 200 or 300 metres. So as we come down to the last 300 odd metres, it is the Mossman crew still holding a handy lead. It does look like these 2 crews have put a bit of gap on the rest of the field. So Manning River and Mossman. Over there in lane 3, the Newcastle crew is still making inroads into the lead, but probably thinking now they're safely into 3rd place and look like they don't really have to work a whole lot harder. Doesn't look like Mossman is letting off at all, but certainly using those boys as a guide as they run the boys down the side of the boat. So they've drifted a little bit out of their lane, as have Manning River. There's one thing to be said about a grandstand finish, and the other one is ending up in the grandstand. But it is certainly, as I said, the Mossman crew must be up around in their high 30s at the moment as far as rating goes, and as they come down towards the line, just backing it off now, making sure of this, they've made sure of their position, and they will just cruise over the line to take out first place in this heat of the men's E4. So yes, bring it. Yep.
Mossman making it look very easy in the final stage of that race. They claim the win. 2nd place to Manning River in lane 6. 3rd place to Newcastle. 4th and final qualifier is North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4. And the University of New South Wales having to settle for 5th, and they will not progress to the final. So the next race on the program is race 85, the first heat of the women's E-double scull. That race not scheduled for a start until 8:35 a.m. and so we'll be back with you shortly to bring you that race.
And welcome back to racing, and we have race 85, the women's E-double scull heat 1. Progression is first four to the final and the rest eliminated. In lane 2 we have Black Mountain Cecile Young and Christine Young. In lane 3, Leichhardt Composite, Zita Briones from North Shore, Sue Huggett from Leichhardt, coached by Guy Morgan and Steve Sherry. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie Composite, M. Barrack and Trudy McDonald. In lane 5, Newcastle 2, Sally Watson and Catherine Dadd. In lane 6, Endeavour, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 7, Leichhardt Composite, Carolyn Vernon from Des Moines Rowing Club and Leslie Howitt from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Robin Mackney.
Thanks, Rob. And looks to me as though it's the crew over in lane 3 at this stage who's making the best of things. That's Zita Briones and Susan Huggett, the Leichhardt Composite boat. It's hard to be sure at this distance, but I think that's the crew that's making the best of things. It's the crews on the far side of the course that appear to be in the lead. Black Mountain, Leichhardt Composite and Lake Macquarie in lanes 2, 3 and 4. That is where the race appears to be at the present time.
And certainly those conditions out on the course have not changed at all. It's still perfect rowing conditions and probably a great temperature too to be coming down the course, particularly with those that have got a few races on today.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 or 13 degrees, nice and crisp as we come into the wintry stages of the year.
The wonders of Masters rowing and life in Penrith.
Indeed. And it is that Leichhardt Composite crew, Zita Briones and Susan Huggett. They're in the lead. 1.10 the margin, back to Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt. Third place Endeavour, fourth place Black Mountain, fifth place this stage being occupied by Leichhardt Des Moines Composite, and sixth place Newcastle. So that was the order as they went through the 500 metres, and still a distance to row yet, but the progression, as you mentioned, Rob, is the first four through to the final and race 98 later today. And so the race really is between Black Mountain in lane 2 and the Leichhardt Des Moines Composite in lane 7.
Yes, and at the moment, Black Mountain have a bit of an advantage. So over the Des Moines Composite crew, or Leichhardt Composite crew over this side, but certainly still 300 odd metres to go. There's enough room for them to, enough space for them to get back, but certainly looks like the crew out in front, the North Shore Leichhardt Composite, still holding a slight advantage over the Lake Macquarie Composite next to them. And then a little bit further back to those Black Mountain and Newcastle, Endeavour crews. Yeah,
Black Mountain, they're hard to miss. They've got their distinctive bright red zoot suits on today.
And we look at the North Shore Leichhardt crew, just not quite the timing between them, but certainly look to be doing a little bit easier than the crews beside them. The Black Mountain crew over in lane 2, though, they're coming home. They're going to make sure of that fourth position, which doesn't do much good for the Leichhardt Des Moines Composite over this side, who have probably shortened up a little bit as they come down towards the line. But it is the race between these four out in front, the Black Mountain, North Shore Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie and Endeavour crews as they come down towards the line.
Yeah, so no doubt about it. The four qualifiers will be Black Mountain in lane 2, Leichhardt Composite in lane 3, Lake Macquarie Leichhardt in lane 4, and Endeavour in lane 6. It's not quite the order they went through the line, but those are the qualifiers, and unfortunately missing out on progression in this event is the Leichhardt Composite crew in lane 7 and a Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 5, who are coming over the line in just a moment.
We're moving up to race 86, the Women's E-double scull heat 2. Once again, that progression. First four through to the final, the rest eliminated. In lane 2, Shoalhaven Composite, Gillian Bennett from Port Macquarie and Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven. Lane 3, North Shore's Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Tess Firon and Michelle Juzal. Lane 5 is Newcastle's Susan Damer and Bonnie Tratt. Lane 6, Des Moines Rowing Club's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar. And in Lane 7, Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchek.
Thanks, Rob. So again, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression in this race. And so the race will be for that all-important 4th and final qualifying spot. Some familiar names in this race. And so I suppose for some of these Masters athletes out there today, it'll just be a matter of getting out ahead and settling into a nice and sustainable rhythm and to preserve themselves for the final later today.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these have had fairly good days racing yesterday. And Tess Ferron, I think, won the F single in a very good row. And Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar both did well in won the pair and also a quad later in the day. So a few wins amongst these competitors.
Yeah, well, it looks like Hextall and Ipmar are the ones who have gotten out and occupied the lead early on in this race. Perhaps unsurprisingly, plenty of experience between those two. Not just in the double scull, but in other classes of boats as well. So they'll certainly be ones to watch in this event.
Yeah, and I'd expect this race to be between that Lake Macquarie crew of Tess Ferron and Michelle Giselle and the Des Moines crew. And it does look like that's how it's panning out at the moment. Certainly taking a little bit of time to get wound up. I know that their coach, the Des Moines coach, has been working on them trying to get away from the start a little bit quicker. And work through the race that way. It does look like they're taking that plan into the race.
North Shore Rowing Club in Lane 3 as well, Rob. They're not too far off the pointy end of the race. That's Annalise Appleton and Joe Hodgkinson. And so there's a distinct divide opening up between the first 3 positions in this race and the final 3. But as we've mentioned, it's the all-important place to qualify is that fourth and final spot.
Yes.
So through the 500 metres, it's Des Moines, Lake Macquarie, and North Shore, the first 3. Certainly no doubt about that. And the final qualifier at this stage, 4th place, being occupied by Abbotsford. That's Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchek.
Yeah, and it does look like they've got a bit of a gap over the Shoalhaven, Port Macquarie Composite and Newcastle. So it looking fairly clear-cut at the moment for the first 4 that go through to the final. But the race is certainly out there with these 3 crews, the North Shore, Lake Macquarie and Des Moines crews. So as they come into the last 300 metres, probably all thinking now about they've got a fair bit of gap over the chasing pack, so they can probably back it off a little bit and conserve themselves for that final a little later on.
Yeah, Des Moines still enjoying a handy lead. It's not a large one, but it's probably a half a length or so ahead of Lake Macquarie, which you identified, Rob, as being the closest competitors.
Yeah, Michael, looks like all 3 crews here, the North Shore, Lake Macquarie and Des Moines crews, have just brought it down a bit, once again, to conserve that energy. The Des Moines crew doing it fairly relaxed out there in front. Some very good technicians across these 3 crews, and certainly the race in general, but certainly know how to race and are now winding it down to the finish, and will set themselves up for a great final later. But the Newcastle crew, though, coming back at Abbotsford, So this could be a little bit of a race for this 4th position, and Abbotsford may well have peaked a little bit early because Newcastle are coming home very quickly at the moment. So it looks like that Abbotsford may well have just responded, but playing with the boys here, toying with the boys on this side of the course, which won't do them any good if they hit one. But it is that Drummoyne crew crossing the line, followed by Lake Macquarie, and it will be North Shore following them down. But it will be the Abbotsford crew holding on for that all-important 4th position in the heat to take them through to the final a little later on. They'll be very happy with that. I know that Yvonne in the stroke suit of that Abbotsford boat is just getting back into rowing after some illness, and certainly that she will be very pleased with that race as Newcastle and Shoalhaven Composite cross the line to close out that field.
Yeah, congratulations to Abbotsford Rowing Club on that qualifying position, or taking that last qualifying spot. They had to endure a late scare from that Newcastle crew, but they did enough to hang on in the final 100 metres. And race 87's underway. Rob, the men's IM quad scull.
Yeah, so we have in this one, we have Mossman, Phil Titterton, John Newcomb, John May and John Hardy in lane 4. Now they were off 14 seconds, so they were the young ones of this group. The North Shore Composite were in lane 5 was Ian Toll, Nick Dorsch, David Kay and Jim Hole. Split between St George Leichhardt and North Shore Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Canberra Rowing Clubs, Darryl Ninham, Michael College, David Coles and Michael Peedham. And just remembering that the North Shore Composite and Canberra are off go, and it does look like the Mossman, that very experienced crew of Phil Titterton, John Newcomb, John May and John Hardy. These guys have been rowing together for a number of years now, and they look like they've already taken up that 14 seconds handicap off the North Shore Composite and closing in very quickly on the Canberra crew. So I think their experience and the quality and the time spent together will work out well for them in this race. And certainly as they come down to the 500 metres, they are neck and neck with the Canberra crew, and they've drawn up there beside them, and Canberra have given a bit of a push to try to stay with them, but I don't think that will last as they come into the second 500 of this race.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. I think that Mossman crew has done the work early, and I think they're going to, barring disaster, take this one out. As you say, it's a very experienced crew, and they've been rowing together for a number of years now, and have enjoyed plenty of success on the Masters track. And still 400 metres to row.
And still 400 metres to row. Yeah, look, the Mossman crew now showing their class in this age group, and they have now pulled well ahead of the other two crews. I mean, Canberra gave it a little bit of a crack as they went past them, but certainly can't go with them. And you can see they're very clean blade work, very skilled oarsmen, been around for a long, long time, as the age rating would suggest. But certainly enough experience in this crew to know what they need to do to win this race and win most races they go in. And they're down in the last 200 metres now, and certainly not letting the pedal off the accelerator here. They're still drawing away from the Canberra crew. The North Shore Composite back there in lane 5, just a little bit off the pace with these other two crews, but certainly, the age groups, as you look in these age groups, Phil Titterton 79, John Newcomb 76, John May 77 and John Harding 81, and just take a look out there and look at the movement in that boat, for the age of these competitors, and it's fantastic, to see them performing and at this level.
Yeah, it is a really smooth effort from that crew in the Mossman colours. Phil Titterton, John Newcomb, John May and John Hardy, they're going to claim the win in the men's IM quad scull. Come across the line, no real challenge by Canberra or North Shore Composite. Canberra's going to cross the line second. That's Darryl Ninham, Michael College, David Coles and Michael Peedham. And North Shore Composite, that's North Shore, Leichhardt, St George, Ian Toll, Nick Dorsch, David Kay and Jim Hole, having to settle for third place. So the next race, which is race 88 on the program, the men's H double scull, scheduled for a start at 9:05, so we'll bring you that in 15 short minutes.
And we have race 88 underway. It's the men's H double scull. In lane 1, it's a full field here, by the way, nine lanes. In lane 1, University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett and Bill Moyes. In lane 2, Black Mountain, Richard Martin, Phil Winkworth. Lane 3, Lake Macquarie's Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace. Lane 4, Glebe, Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan. Lane 5, Port Macquarie's Philip Higgins and Michael Watts. Lane 6, St George, Lance Reeves and Steve Harrison. Lane 7, the ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club and Peter McCartney from ANU. Lane 8, Manning River, Graham Nix and Roy Halliday. And Lane 9, Newcastle, Craig Butler and Peter Kemp. And Michael, they've got away to a nice clean start.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. It's great to have a full field out here for the H double scull. Just that Glebe crew on the screen, Mark Tejan and Mark McKeon. It's a combination over a number of years that we've seen out here at the Regatta Centre, and Mark will be up here, I think, later today on the airwaves as well. So it's crews on the far side of the course at the moment, the University of New South Wales, Black Mountain and Lake Macquarie that appear to be making the best of things.
It does look like that very handy crew of Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney. As they showed yesterday, they performed very well yesterday, and they're going to go through the 500 metre mark just in front of the Mark McEwen, Mark Tejan combination. So they're both very experienced crews. We saw Rod Stewart, of course, is up from Melbourne, but I think also out from the UK. I think he's UK based, and certainly has been very competitive over the first day of racing, and that looks like it's continuing on today. So it was ANU Melbourne Composite first through the 500, followed by Glebe, Manning Rivers, Graham Nixon, Roy Halliday, Lake Macquarie's Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace, and St George's Lance Reeves and Steve Harrison, as said, through that 500 metre mark, just followed then by Newcastle, Port Macquarie and University of New South Wales. And that University of New South Wales crew looks to be, I wonder if they've got a problem or something. They've slipped a fair way back, as have the Port Macquarie crew.
It's going to be a challenge to see whether any of these crews can knock off the fast finishing ANU Melbourne Composite. You saw them on the live stream footage coming through the 500, Rob, and they looked very slick indeed. Mark Tejan and Mark McKeon are going to have a crack at it, though. They're in the Glebe colours and were their closest competitors. On the far side of the course as well, that Black Mountain crew certainly not out of the race. Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth probably occupying third place at this stage. And there's the Manning River crew over here on the near side of the course. Is Graham Nix and Roy Halliday. They're certainly not out of it either. So those are the top four crews. But ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney, they're the ones that have really asserted their dominance over this race. And they're going to take out the men's H double scull in a stylistic fashion as well. It's a win for ANU Composite. Second place goes to Glebe. Third place, it'll be tight, but Black Mountain keen to just let it float over the line. Manning River taking fourth place. Fifth place to Lake Macquarie, Sharp and Wallace. Sixth place going to go the way of St George, Lance Reeve and Stephen Harrison in lane 6. And a bit of a gap thereafter. It's going to be Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 9, taking 7th place. And finally, the University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett and William Moyes over there in lane 1. And Port Macquarie in lane 5 as well. Philip Higgins and Michael Watts. Going to cross the line in a couple of short strokes to conclude the men's H double scull. And race 89 currently lining up on the starting blocks. It's the women's G quad scull. It's another full field of competitors here. In lane 1, representing North Shore, is Catherine Sainty, Karen Samet, Wendy Zamet and Julie Wass. In lane 2, representing North Shore, is Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles. In lane 3, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Doreen Borg, Madeline Bory, Carolyn Charles and Helen Dunn. In lane 4 is a Manning River composite, Sue Edwards, Virginia Van Uwick from Leichhardt, Amanda Cavill and Prudence Deacon. In lane 5 from North Shore is Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Nikki Blackwell and Louise McCoach. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie is Marie Brown, Louise Termine, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. In lane 7 from Newcastle Rowing Club is Fiona Wallace, Susan Kemp, Sue Brown and Sharon Butler. In lane 8 is an ANU composite, real patchwork crew here, Anne Charlton from Canberra Rowing Club, Pip Bulbeck from Jindabyne Rowing Club, Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club and Sue Donoghue from the ANU Boat Club. And finally, in lane 9 is a Black Mountain composite crew, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, Leslie Hodgson from Black Mountain, Christine McCready from St George and Jeanette Gasson from Black Mountain. And they are underway, Rob, in the time that we've taken to call out their names. Plenty of them out there.
Yeah, certainly there are, and North Shore's, that crew of North Shore's, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Nikki Blackwell and Louise McCoach out to an absolute flyer from the start. Just also mention Pip Bulbeck, you mentioned Jindabyne Rowing Club. Certainly Pip Bulbeck was a long-time member of Des Moines Rowing Club and moved down to Jindabyne and has since been instrumental in getting that club off the ground, which is great to see. Yeah,
newly affiliated club with Rowing New South Wales. Great to see a local club there in Jindabyne initiated, and it's a destination of for many high-performance clubs to go down and use that pristine lake and those waters down there in the snowy region of the state for training camps and the like. So it is a fantastic thing that there's now a local presence there in Jindabyne. But for the moment, it's Black Mountain St George who've come and snatched the lead off of North Shore Rowing Club, if indeed North Shore were in the lead at the start of that race. But that's Pamela Nash, Leslie Hodgson, Christine McCready and Jeanette Gasson.
Yeah, we certainly missed the crew on the inside lane here, who've certainly got off to a flyer, and they've gone through with a lengths lead over that North Shore crew, followed by the second North Shore crew. Once again, the rowing at the crews at North Shore were very strong as they are this year, as they are every year, and certainly showing that in the depth of competitors in this race. But it is that Black Mountain composite crew who have now opened up. Who have now opened up a more of a lead, and it does look like the crew over in lane 1, the North Shore crew of Sainty, Samet, Zamet and Wass, looked like they're moved up in front of their North Shore compatriots, and it is that Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles crew that has moved in front of their the crew of Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Nikki Blackwell and Louise McCoach. But no trouble at all for the Black Mountain crew as we come down to the last 150 metres, and certainly they look like they've just dialed it right back. The very experienced crew, including Chris McCready in the bow seat, really just taking a bit of a peek over, knowing they've pretty well got it covered. It's got the North Shore crew in lane 2 are pushing them now.
Well, they're giving it a real tilt over the other side there, Rob.
They are. And it is, it is the final. I was thinking it might have been a heat, but it is the final. So they don't want to be sitting around thinking about this too much, but they will hold on. That's a very experienced Black Mountain crew will go across the line and take out this race by about a third of a length over the North Shore crew of Mary Walsh, Edwards, Pendleton and Knowles. And it will be the North Shore crew of Wannon, Walter, Blackwell and McCoach coming across to take third place.
Fourth place looking to go the way of Lake Macquarie in lane 6. Fifth place to North Shore in lane 2. Sixth place goes to ANU Composite. Seventh place to Newcastle in lane 7. Eighth place looking as though it'll go the way of Leichhardt. And 9th place to Manning River Composite.
Moving on to the medal presentation for the Men's H Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. Yep. So in 3rd place and bronze medalists, Black Mountain Composite. Black Mountain. Sorry. Richard Martin and Phil Winkworth. In 2nd place and silver medalists, Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart, Melbourne Rowing Club, Peter McCartney, ANU. Ooh. Is that you? Please join in congratulating the medal winners for the Men's H Double Scull New South Wales champion.
And race 90 underway. On the course at the moment is the Women's AB coxless 4. Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, represented by Kim Lowry, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross and Alexandra Walding. And in lane 5 is Leichhardt Composite and Lower Clarence, Candice Drago and Amy van der Nieuwenhof. Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham.
And these crews both are actually C age division, so no real young crews out here today, but certainly these crews out there and being competitive nonetheless. But it does look to be that Leichhardt Composite crew, or Mossman crew that has drawn a fairly handy lead over the Leichhardt Composite crew as they come through the 500 and head down to the last 250 metres, and it does look like they'll go fairly well unchallenged as long as they hold it together over this last 200 metres of the race. And it will be this Mossman crew now with about 10 or 15 strokes to go as they come into the red buoys, certainly pushing all the way to the line, and they will go across that line, I would expect, untroubled to take out the win in this AB coxless 4.
Yep, certainly an all-the-way win for Kim Lowry, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross and Alexandra Walding in the women's AB 4. In 2nd place, going the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club and Lower Clarence, Candice Jago, Amy van der Nieuwenhof, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham.
So we're just getting organised on the starting blocks now for race 91. It's the men's A double scull. Once again, a mixture of A and Bs in this, but of course they're rowing in the A double scull, so they're all off go. In lane 2, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazaro and George Lazaro. Lane 3 is St George's Kurt Armstrong and James Hunt. Lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club's Tony Rogers and Hugo Webster. In lane 5, North Shore's Juan Nguyen and Jasper Bauer. In lane 6, Nepean Composite, Andrew Goldstein from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Jason Waddell from Nepean. And in lane 7, Newcastle Rowing Club's Jack Hanley and Ben Homer.
Well, certainly keep an eye on Hanley and Homer over there in lane 7 on the near side of the course. Ben Homer, of course, one of our commentary colleagues up here in the tower on the odd occasion. I think he's up here later today, is Ben. And Jack Hanley, a very experienced athlete and coach. But member of the New South Wales lightweight for over a number of years, and he's a great bloke as well. So certainly keep an eye on that crew. They'll be I'd suggest they'll be out to a fast start in this race. That Newcastle crew.
Yeah, they certainly had some races yesterday and were ready to go, and I think we've almost convinced Jack Hanley to get into a bit of commentary as well, but a little bit of work to be done there. We move on to the medal presentation for the Women's G Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in second place and silver medalist, North Shore Rowing Club, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton, and Karen Knowles. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, Black Mountain Composite, Pamela Nash, Leslie Hodgson, Christine McCready, and Jeanette Gasson. Please join in congratulating Cruise medal winners for the Women's G Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales.
Thank you, Rob. And race 91 well underway, and we saw Hanley and Homer take out like a bat out of hell off the starting blocks. They're over here on the near side of the course, and as we suggested, they would be tough to beat, and they've certainly stamped some early authority on this race. Take a look out though for Andrew Goldstein and Jason Waddell in lane 6. That's an Nepean Composite crew, and Jason Waddell, an incumbent member of the New South Wales Lightweight 4, and he's a very experienced athlete and has been up and down this competition like countless occasions. So plenty of experience in that boat. Yeah, the St George crew as well, Rob, Kurt Armstrong and James Hunt. That's a tested combination. James Hunt did some rowing down at UTS Rowing Club a couple of years ago now, but gone back to his home club at St George, and is a very experienced sculler himself. They're down a short distance on the Newcastle crew, Hanley and Homer, who are making the best of things and maintaining a really significant rate of striking. Ben Homer in the stroke seat, probably up mid-30s when they last flashed up on the live stream. But that's a crew, the Newcastle crew, a newly formed crew, and they are moving from success to success at the moment.
Yeah, and it certainly is these the A-age crews that are holding the top spots at the moment, and as they head down coming down the 250 metre mark. But it does look like this crew over here, this very polished performance of Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, look like they might have just given it a little bit of a push there. But the St George crew certainly not being left out and going with them. And over in lane 2, the University of New South Wales crew of Lazarou and Lazarou is also right in it at the moment, but it does look like this combination of Hanley and Homer do look like they've got the bit between their teeth as they come down to towards the red boys for that last 150 metres.
Yeah, St George by no means out of the picture yet, Rob. It's a strong performance in the second half of this race by Armstrong and Hunt. Question is whether they've got enough in the tank to challenge Hanley and Homer in the final 100 metres of this race. I'd suggest that the work has been done early by the Newcastle boat, and they are looking very, very slick indeed coming into the red boys. It's going to be a win, all the way win for Newcastle Rowing Clubs. Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, a fantastic effort, really polished performance by them. Second place goes to Armstrong and Hunt of St George. Third place to the University of New South Wales, Lazarou and Lazarou. Fourth place going the way of the Nepean composite crew, Andrew Goldstein from Drummoyne and Jason Waddell from Nepean. A bit of a distance back to it looks like, so we're missing a crew out the water. Yeah, we haven't had a start from Glebe in lane 4, so North Shore are yet to finish. Quan Ewan and Jasper Bauer in lane 5 is the final crew that will come across the line in just a few short moments.
And as we saw in that race, Mike, the getting out early, getting out fast in Masters rowing, regardless of the age group, is a very good tactic.
Well, absolutely. It's a 1,000 metre race, and there's not a lot of time to reel back a significant lead, and that's exactly what we saw from that very skilled Newcastle crew, Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. Congratulations to that crew.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's just very hard for them to make that gear change halfway down. If you realise you've got to halfway and you're a length and a half down, it's a big effort to come back on.
Absolutely, and at that type of intensity and at that rate that was established early on from stroke 1 in that race, it's a sprint. And so once you kind of get out, you just coast and you let the rate come down maybe a couple of points, so it really doesn't come down that much. 1,000 metres isn't a long way to go.
Absolutely.
So race 92 on the blocks. It's the women's H2M coxless 4. And so off go, and they're underway at the moment, is a Canberra crew represented by Susan Leneka, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College and Janie Corrie. And just off 18 seconds is Manning River, represented by Genevieve Dobbs, Kay Smythe, Kay Pullen and Gay Pullen. And just a quick reminder that we're still missing a brown shell necklace with some purple trim on the side of it. It was lost yesterday with some huge sentimental value attached to it, so please do keep an eye out if you have seen around the boat park a brown shell necklace which went to the World Rowing Junior Championship some 30 years ago. Please let us know in the finish tower if you come across that.
So we've just come through the 500 metre mark, and it was the Canberra crew of Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College and Janny Corrie, who held a substantial lead over the Manning River crew of Dobbs, Smythe, Pullen and Pullen. And as they will unlikely to get challenged at all coming over the last 250 metres.
Yeah, that's the Canberra crew that went off go. There was some 18 seconds between them and the Manning River crew, who were the ones suffering from the handicap in this race, lanes 4 and 5. We'll just move now to the presentation of medals for the Men's A Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place and representing the University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou. In second place, silver medalist representing St George Rowing Club, Kurt Armstrong and James Hunt. In first place, gold medalists and champions of New South Wales, Jack Hanley and Ben Homer. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in 2025.
And as we do that, the Canberra crew crosses the line to take out first position. They've actually improved on the handicap they had over the Manning River crew, and looking very tight as they come towards the line, this Manning River crew, but are carrying a coxswain as well, so probably hasn't helped their cause. But they will cross the line in second place to round out this field.
So lining up on the course now, race 93, the men's G grade 8. This race will be contested by 3 crews and some distance to travel yet. They've just gotten underway. So lane 4 is a Drummoyne composite boat comprised of David Page, Anthony Hayworth, Bruce Egan, Gary Foster, Andrew Patterson, Graham Wern, Branko Kovacic, Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Kelly Marsh, their coxswain. In lane 5 is a Leichhardt composite boat comprised of David Ross, Roger Bly, Mark Brooks, Dean Patterson, Stephen Duff, Tim Clare, Guy Elron and Timothy Tyndale, and their cox is Sebastian Kladnig. And finally in lane 6 and representing the North Shore Rowing Club is Michael Tyler, Peter Horton, Eric Luck, Stephen Kerr, Richard Lawson, Chris Walsh and Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, the stroke, and Sydney Krieger, the coxswain. Looking pretty tight at this stage, Rob.
Yeah, look, I'd expect the race to come from the Leichhardt and North Shore crews over on this side of the course, and certainly being out on Iron Cove a lot, I do see these crews plying up and down the waterways, doing a fair bit of training. The Drummoyne crew, though, is certainly hanging in there, and I think the composite crews, the composites in the Drummoyne and Leichhardt are the coxswains, so it looks like the rowers are all from the same club. It's just the coxswains from other clubs, so they are largely full club crews. But it is the North Shore crew over on lane 6 who have got out to a flyer of a start, and certainly overrating the other crews by a point or two as they come to the 500 metres. And they'll go through with about a half length advantage over the Leichhardt crew, and not too far out of it, Drummoyne. If they decide they want to turn it on, about now's the time they've got to start their charge for the line.
Well, that's right. But there is plenty of overlap between each of these boats, Rob, and that makes for some exciting racing, of course. I'd suggest we were having a look at that closer picture just a moment ago. That North Shore boat has just a little bit of they're a little bit longer than that Leichhardt crew. I think you were just cutting things off at the front and the back end of the stroke. But North Shore stroked by Jeffrey Franklin, by the looks of things, looking really long and just getting the most out of the boat run every stroke they take. So it'll be a challenge for Leichhardt and of course the Des Moines composite boat just to keep the pressure on this North Shore crew. But yeah, as you say, there's going to have to be some significant moves and decisions made in each of those boats if they are to challenge North Shore, who are in the ascendancy at this stage of the race.
Well, talking of that, Michael, it does look like this St George Des Moines. From Des Moines, I should know the name. They look like they've seen a bit of an opportunity here and have pulled up alongside the Leichhardt crew, who are just trying to respond at the moment. But a bit of momentum in that Des Moines crew, and it's great to see a Des Moines 8 out on the water, and looks like they're got a bit feeling good about where they're sitting at the moment. I don't know if they're going to catch this North Shore crew, but probably did leave that run a little bit late. But probably they heard my call for the sprint at the 550 metre mark and have taken the challenge on board.
Well, that is significant, and North Shore now being forced to respond, as you say. I think they've left it a bit late. I think North Shore's going to hang on to this. But yeah, Des Moines have come through and they've snatched a silver medal off of Leichhardt Rowing Club. It's going to be a win for North Shore in lane 6. But congratulations to the Des Moines composite crew in lane 4, who claim second place silver medal, overtaking that Leichhardt Rowing Club crew in lane 5. Fantastic effort, and yeah, that's what makes 8-order racing really interesting. Of course, they're hard boats to shift during the course of a race because there's so many and they're so heavy of so many of you in the boat, and so that's a really, really fantastic effort by Des Moines to overtake that Leichhardt crew with 500 or 250 metres to go, I'd suggest. But yeah, congratulations to Des Moines.
So as Mike McRae leaves the commentary box, we move on to race 94. So thanks, Mike, for this morning, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks at the Australian Rowing Championships, Masters Rowing Championships. And we have race 94, the men's D pair on the course, and they're well into this race as they're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, and it is a tight race between these three crews. At the moment, it is the University of New South Wales crew that's gone through the 500 metre mark with a slight advantage over the Black Mountain crew, 0.8 of a second, a little bit further back to the Sydney crew of Raymond and McNeil, 2.5 seconds down on the Black Mountain crew, but it is still really tight, and certainly Sydney are known for their finishes, but this very experienced crew of McEnroe and Halliday are certainly not in control, I wouldn't say control of this race, but certainly are in front, and I've just got the look over the McGlynn-Mongan combination from Black Mountain as they come down into the last 250 odd metres, and it does look like they've just put on a bit of an effort and pulled out to about a length's lead over the Black Mountain crew, but it'll be it's still all up for the challenge as we come into the last 200 metres. The Sydney crew are over in this side, grandstand side. They've certainly putting in the challenge as well now, and they're look to be pulling back towards the Black Mountain crew. The Black Mountain crew once again is pulling back up towards the University of New South Wales crew. So it's going to be very tight at the finish. It's going to be a great race, considering only three crews. It's great to have them all this close together as we come down towards the line. Black Mountain again pushing again, and once again moving up onto the shoulders of the University of New South Wales crew. Sydney chasing, It's stroke for stroke as we come down towards the line. Just University of New South Wales just holding a slight advantage as they come into the last 5 or 6 strokes over the fast finishing Black Mountain crew, and it will be very tight at the finish. It's absolutely nothing in it as they come down towards the line, but it will be the University of New South Wales crew holding on to take first over the Black Mountain with a short distance back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew, crossing the line in 3rd place. What a great race there for these 3 crews, and certainly the sprint was on over the last 300 odd metres. So we're moving down to the pontoon for the presentation of medals for the Men's G8 Championship of New South Wales. In 2nd place and silver medalist, Drummoyne Rowing Club Leichhardt Composite, David Page, Anthony Howarth, Bruce Egan, Gary Foster, Andrew Patterson, Graham Wern, Branko Kovacic, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, and Kelly Marsh. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, North Shore Rowing Club, Michael Tyler, Peter Horton, Eric Luck, Stefan Kerr, Richard Lawson, Chris Walsh, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, and coxswain Sydney Krieger. Please join in congratulating winners and medalists of the Men's G8 Champion of New South Wales. We move our attention now to race 95, the men's coxless 4. On the starting blocks, In lane 1, Mossman, Nathan Birch, Richard Parry, Mike Salter and Miguel Arejo. In lane 2, Newcastle's Chris Keats, AJ Rooney, Tim Bland and Anthony Stanley. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap, Carl Quitzow, Dave Greenslade and Mark Binder. Lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club, Scotch Beasley, Justin Hooker, Mark Luan and Andrew Hourigan. In lane 5, St George Rowing Club's Cromwell Olivia, Christopher Jones, Steve Harrison and Alan Robertson. In lane 6, Manning River, Nick Johnson, Murray Doust, Glenn Herbert and Rhett Patterson. In lane 7, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Sean Ryan and Bill Snyder. And in lane 8, North Shore Rowing Club's Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Timothy Sargent and Jeffrey Beer. And we have a start, and the crew there in the Sydney Rowing Club crew looks to got out to a very good start, as have the Mossman in the middle of the field there. So we'll wait as they get a bit more established in their in the race, see where we are sitting. And we're currently looking at the St George Rowing Club and Manning River combinations in the centre of the course, and certainly does look to be where the race is at the moment. I expect the Sydney and Mossman crews to all the crews in this race to be very tight as we come across the 500 metre mark, but certainly a bit of work being put in there in the Manning River crew, and they do look to have a little bit of a advantage over the St George crew. We move across to the Sydney crew in lane 3, and also travelling very well at this point in time, and they could actually be, we can't see that on the screen yet, but they could actually be in front of this field. We'll wait till we get through the 500. We're coming up to now. And as we look across now, we can see that the Sydney Rowing Club crew, and it does look like they may cross the 500 metre mark with the advantage at this time, but there'll be nothing in it, I would imagine, between them and the St George and Manning River crew, and that is indeed the case. It will be the Manning River crew that go across with about Sydney Rowing Club going across with about a 1.5 second advantage over Manning River. A little bit further back to St George, Lake Macquarie, Mossman, Newcastle, North Shore, and further back to the other Mossman crew. So it is a tight race at the front between the Sydney Rowing Club and the Manning River Club, but St George known for their big finishes, and they look like very fine. Lane 7, Newcastle University, Dave Hislop. Lane 8, Canberra's Chris Raymond, and in lane 9, Lake Macquarie's Bill Schneider. And it does look like the Leichhardt Sculler off to a great start. Off to a great start in the middle of the field. That's Richard Medway, looks to be holding an advantage over the rest of the field at the moment. It looks to be a reasonably tight race here, but it does look like Richard Medway has pulled probably a length over the Canberra and Lake Macquarie scullers over on this side of the track, Newcastle Uni as well, as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. We'll get a better idea of the positions. Certainly Gleb's Robert Fendall also up in the mix. And as we go through the 500 metre mark, it was Richard Medway from Leichhardt holding a 4-second lead over the Canberra Skylar Chris Raymond over here in lane 8, followed by Dave Hislop from Newcastle University in lane 7. So they look to be where the medals are going to come from at the moment. A little bit of a gap back to Robert Fendall, about a second and a half behind, so not out of the picture. Either is Glenn Shute. The Shoalhaven and Mossman scullers just back a little bit from there. So probably a length and a half down from that fourth place. So a lot of work to do on those scullers, but it doesn't look to be phasing Richard Medway out the front of the field too much as we come down into the last 300 metres of this race. It is going to be tight for that second, third and fourth positions, and at the moment it's you could throw a blanket over the place getters, but it doesn't look like the race in the early stages is coming down to the University Uni sculler David Hislop and Canberra's Chris Raymond for that second and third place as they come down into the last couple of 100 metres. But Richard Medway certainly capitalising on his good form early in the race and looks to be coming ahead. And the race is really on over here between the Canberra and Newcastle Uni scullers, and they're neck and neck. They're going for this second and third place. Who's going to get it? But just watching over to the Shoalhaven sculler, Mark Whittaker's put on a big spurt as he comes down towards the line. He's going to threaten these two if they don't keep an eye on the movement. The Canberra sculler really struggling with it now as the University of Newcastle sculler pulls away, but it will be Richard Medway taking out this championship. F single scull, followed by Newcastle Uni. It will be the Canberra sculler taking out third, followed by Shoalhaven, and then it will be back to St George. Yeah, I just waited this race to finish. Moving on to the medal presentation of the Women's F Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third position and bronze medalist ANU Composite, Pip Bullbeck, Bridget Austin, Julia Wood and Sue Donoghue. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, St George Composite, Joanne Ward, St George, Jenny Wilson, St George, Louise McCoach, North Shore Rowing Club, and Christine McCready, St George. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's F4 Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. And of course, we have the final of the Women's E Double Scull, race 98. In lane 1, we have Endeavour's Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Lane 2, North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton. In lane 3, Leichhardt Composite, Zeta Briones from North Shore and Susan Huggett from Leichhardt. In lane 4, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie Composites, M. Barrick and Trudy McDonald. Lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Tess Ferron and Michelle Duzel. Lane 7, Black Mountain, Cecile Young and Christine Young. And in lane 8, Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchek. And as we went through the 500 metre mark, it was the Drummoyne combination of Hextall and Ipmar holding about a 2-second advantage over Trudy McDonald and M. Barrick from Lake Macquarie Leichhardt. Another second back to Lake Macquarie's Tess Ferron and Michelle Duzel, and then a little bit of a gap back to the Leichhardt North Shore, Endeavour, Black Mountain North Shore and Abbotsford Cruise. Well, the race does look to be on in the middle of the field, and it is certainly between the Drummoyne combination and the Lake Macquarie Composite combination in the middle of the field. But as we come into the 250 metres to go, it is that Drummoyne crew of Hextall and Ipmar holding an advantage over the Lake Macquarie, M. Barrick and Trudy McDonald. Very close now for third place, and it is between that Endeavour is between the Endeavour crew, the Leichhardt Composite crew, and Lake Macquarie as we come down towards the 150 metres to go. And it looks like the Drummoyne crew has just pushed on, gone for the big effort, just lifted the rating slightly and are pulling away. But the Leichhardt Lake Macquarie Composite certainly not going to die early. So they're certainly winding it up as they come down towards the line. Not going to be left wondering as they have about 100 metres to go. But this very polished crew from Drummoyne Rowing Club certainly showing some class in their row as they come down towards the line. And it does look like the Drummoyne Rowing Club's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar will take out the Double Scull Championship of New South Wales, followed by the combination of M. Barrack and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon, and it will be Abbotsford coming in to round out the field. We're now moving on to the medal presentation for the men's F single scull. In third place, bronze medalists for 2025, Canberra Rowing Club, Chris Raymond. And in second place, and silver medalist, Newcastle Uni's David Hislop. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Richard Medway. Please join in congratulating winners and medalists in the men's F single scull Championship of New South Wales. We now move right over to the men's C quad scull, and we are well into this race. And the Drummoyne Composite crew, which is the State Masters crew, are actually up there pushing fairly hard for the against the Mossman crew for that first place in this race. It does look like these two crews have got a bit of an advantage over the Sydney University Composite, Newcastle and Glebe crews. And certainly it winding it up as they come down towards the line. Mossman have got the rating right up, but not wanting to be left out of it. The Drummoyne Composite crew in lane 3 is pushing very hard coming down towards the line. They will be trying to step it up, and they look like they've got this boat speed at the moment, and they could actually knock off this Mossman crew if they run towards the line. But Mossman look like they're responding. It's stroke for stroke as they're coming towards the line. There is absolutely nothing in it. It will be very, very close as they're coming into the last 100 metres. They're into the white buoys. The crew on the lane 3 looks to have a bit of the boat speed at the moment, but Mossman are responding, and it looks like it will go to the line. Absolutely neck and neck as they come down towards the line. Mossman may just have it, and we've got about 3 strokes to go, and it will be the Mossman crew just holding out the Drummoyne Composite crew, with the Newcastle coming in third, followed by the Sydney University Composite crew. And it will be Glebe coming across the line to round out this field. What a great race that was. Of course, the Drummoyne Composite, being a D-grade crew, have pushed the C-grade crews all the way, and they'll be fairly happy with their performance in that race, I am sure. On the line now, we have the women's D8 race 100 lining up. We have UTS Composite, Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, Julia Bell, Kirsty Edwards, Monique Henke, Alison Davies, and Belinda Sack, Jennifer Luff with Jackie Peel as their coxswain. North Shore's Leanne Johnson, Sasha Tukolsky, Sarah Dennis, Rebecca Tomalolo, Catherine James, Bryony Short, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, Jennifer Pollock. Lane 5, Sydney, Helen Grunwald, Tara Rennie, Josephine Bryant, Kim Small, Karen Toccato, Janine Donovan, Kirsten Lindquist, Jenny Greenslade and Tracy Carp. Lane 6, North Shore Rowing Clubs, Carolyn Boyce, Alexandra Pinkham, Natasha Khan, Julie Wass, Renee Venables, Helen Byrne, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, coxed by Jane Kavanagh, and in Lane 7, the Mossman Composite of Alexandra Walding, Anne Taylor, Kelly Ross, Mina Hornby, Sarah Ahern, Catherine Boland, Kim Lowry and Carissa Kleiman, coxed by Chloe Juretta. And we're moving right on to the medal presentation for the Women's E Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place, and bronze medalists, Lake Macquarie, Tess Firon and Michelle Giselle. In second place, and silver medalist, Lake Macquarie Composite, M. Barrick Leichhardt, and Trudy McDonald, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar. Please join in congratulating winners and medalists in the Women's E Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. And we're well underway in this Women's D8. And looking across the field here, it does look the race at the moment is between the UTS Composite over there in lane 3 and the Mossman Composite in lane 7. Those two crews look to have pulled a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field as we come down towards the 500 metres. So we'll get a better idea of what that looks like over the next 100 odd metres. But certainly both of these crews have pushed ahead of the crews in the second, third and fourth place. But it will be the UTS Composite crew going across the line, holding about a 2-second advantage over the Mossman Composite. A little bit gap back then, about a length and a half back to the North Shore, Sydney and other North Shore crew as we get through that 500. But it does look now like the UTS crew has certainly put the work in early, and that is paying off for them at the moment. They hold a slight advantage over this Mossman Composite crew, but not enough to be safe. So they be very conscious that they're going to have to stay with it all the way on the rest of the course. The Mossman Composite crew just a little bit skewed on the course at the moment, so heading back into their lane, I think they might have drifted a little bit to the side. But the UTS crew looks like they have just gone for a push at about the 400 metres to go, and looked like that may have paid dividends in giving them about an extra half length advantage over the Mossman Composite crew, but still nothing in it coming down to the line. A lot of work being put in by the Sydney crew, and they look to have pulled up beside the North Shore crew beside them in lane 6, and look to be trying to get past them at the moment. But at the moment it does look like the UTS Composite crew is has about a length's advantage over the Mossman Composite crew coming into the last 100 metres, and they look now to be extending their lead. They are looking very polished, this crew, extending their lead now, and that's probably up to about 2 lengths over the Mossman Composite crew. The North Shore crew in lane 6 has staged a bit of a comeback and moved back away from the Sydney crew, but there will be no trouble at all for this UTS crew as they come down towards the line, and they take a great win in this Women's D8 Championship of New South Wales, followed by the Mossman Composite crew. It will be the North Shore crew who will hold on and get that 3rd place just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club, and then a little bit further back to North Shore Rowing Club. Now moving on to the medal presentation for the Men's C Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place, and bronze medalist, Newcastle Rowing Club, Brad Smith. Gareth Salkield, Bill Todd, and John Olsen. In second place and silver medalists, the Drummoyne Rowing Club Composite, Ayrton Grania Ramos, St George Rowing Club. Terry Bridges, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Andy Wigan, Glebe Rowing Club. And Andrew Panda Goldstein, Drummoyne Rowing Club. And in first place, and gold medalists and champions for 2025, Mosman Rowing Club's Timothy Worth, Robert Giblin, Cameron Dinny, and Ian Allsop. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the Men's Sea Quad Championship of New South Wales. Well, it doesn't stop, the racing doesn't stop, and then we're out on the course for race 101, the Women's Sea Singles Scull. In lane 1, we have Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club. North Shore's Olivia Tong in lane 2. Heidi Lindahl from Glebe in 3. Manning Rivers, Christine Saliga in 4. In lane 5, Black Mountains, Jane Clues. In lane 6, Glebe Rowing Club's Jacqueline Harris. Lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti. And in lane 8, Port Macquarie Rowing Club, Brooke Collins. And through the 500 metres, it was Olivia Tong holding a commanding lead over Nikki Lepresti and Heidi Lindahl, who are extremely close, as are Jane Clues and Jacqueline Harris, who are in 4th and 5th place. But about a 2.5 length lead Olivia Tong took across that first 500 metres. And if we have a visual out on the course now, we can see that she has a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Quite tight across between the other 7 competitors, as we come into the last 300 metres of this race. But it is Olivia Tong certainly asserting her dominance in this race. She passes through that 250 metre mark, and certainly not taking the pressure off at all as she comes into the last 200 metres. The rating is up, and she is pressing home this advantage. It does look to be that Heidi Lindahl's in lane 3 and the Leichhardt sculler Nikki Lepresti over here in lane 7, who are going to fight it out for that 2nd and 3rd place. At the moment, it does look like Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt has a slight advantage over Heidi Lindahl, but certainly pushing all the way. Over in lane 1, Anne Skilton is certainly faring very well, but the between 4th, 5th and 6th, 7th, there is absolutely nothing in it. So no race at all for the win of this, for the first place in this thing. And it is Olivia Tong from North Shore Rowing Club with about 10 strokes to go. And she will come down to easily take out this Women's Sea Scull over, it looks to be at this stage, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club, with a little bit of a gap back to Heidi Lindahl, who just want to keep an eye out because Jacqueline Harris from Glebe Rowing Club is coming home hard, but it will be Nikki Lepresti crossing the line to take out 2nd, Heidi Lindahl 3rd. It will be Jacqueline Harris in 4th, Black Mountains Jane Clues in 5th, Anne Skilton in 6th, Manning Rivers Christine Saliga in 7th, and it will be the Port Macquarie sculler Brooke Collins coming home in 8th to round out the field. As we say, the racing doesn't stop, and out on the course we have race 102, the men's B double scull. In lane 3, Sydney University's Remy Luxford and Cameron Higgins. In lane 4, Nepean Composite, Alastair Isherwood from Nagambie Rowing Club and Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. In lane 5, Newcastle Rowing Club's Brad Smith and Ben Homer. And in lane 6, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou. Most of these guys have already been down this course a few times this morning, so it does look like we've missing a crew, but it does looks like the University of New South Wales crew is not racing. So if that's the case, it is the Newcastle crew of Brad Smith and Ben Homer, who have about a 2 lengths advantage over the Nagambie Nepean Composite of Isherwood and Waddell, and a little bit further back to the Sydney University crew in currently holding down 3rd place. But Brad Smith and Ben Homer certainly looking the goods as we come down to the last 200 metres. But a bit of an effort coming out of the Waddell-Isherwood combination in lane 4. And they are really pushing the rate up and trying to bridge this gap between Smith and Homer as they come down towards the line. But they will not be troubled in getting across the line. And certainly Brad Smith once again turning on the big Grand Slam finish and showing us how it should be done. And they will go across the line and take out 1st place in this race, just now realising they're there and backing it off just a touch, and they will take out 1st place in this men's B double scull championship of New South Wales. So we're now moving on to the medal presentation for the women's D8 championship of New South Wales. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, North Shore Rowing Club, Carolyn Boyce, Alexandra Pinkham, Natasha Khan, Julie Wass, Renee Venables, Helen Byrne, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, and coxswain Jane Kavanagh. And in 2nd place and silver medalist, Mosman Composite, Alexandra Walding, Anne Taylor, Kelly Ross, Mina Hornby, Sarah Ahern, Catherine Boland, North Shore, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleinman, and coxswain Chloe Gioretta. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions in the women's D8 for 2025, UTS Composite, Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, Julia Bell, Kirsty Edwards, Monique Heike, Alison Davies, Belinda Sack, Jennifer Luff, and coxswain Jackie Peel St George. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's D8 Championship of New South Wales. Moving on to presentation of medals for the Women's Sea Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place, bronze medalists for 2025, Glebe Rowing Club's Heidi Lindahl. And in second place and silver medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025, Olivia Tong, North Shore Rowing Club. Please join with me in congratulating winner and medalists in the Women's Sea Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. This is probably the race of the championship. It's the men's B double scull championship for New South Wales medal presentation. Once again, in second place and silver medalist, Nepean Composite, Alastair Isherwood, Ngambia Rowing Club, and Jason Waddell, Nepean Rowing Club. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, the Newcastle combination of Brad Smith and Ben Homer. Please join in congratulating these crews, the champions and medalists in the Men's B Double Scull Championship of New South Wales.
Anywhere to get out of the wind.
And while Rob takes a short break, we have the first of the mixed races lining up at the 1,000-meter mark. This is race 103. It's actually the second mixed race, I think. It's Division 2, the mixed D to F double scull. On the far side from Lake Macquarie and Manning River, we have Nick Johnson and Michaela Duzel. In lane 2 from Glebe, we've got Cecile Ferrer and Kenneth Major. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, we have Sean Ryan and Rayleigh Eisen. In lane 4 from Des Moines, Gary Foster and Caroline Vernon. In lane 5, Jane Ferguson Palmer and Robert Wallace from Lake Macquarie. In lane 6, Nicholas Brown and Marcella Cox from Des Moines. In lane 7, from Shoalhaven, we have Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner. And in lane 8 from Des Moines, Richard Jones and Jody Panagopoulos. And they're underway. And this is race 103, the mixed D to F double sculpt, Division 2. And a minute into this, nothing much separating the crews so far. If anything, crews on the far side of the course in lane 1 and 2, Lake Macquarie Composite and Glebe. Luck from this deceptive angle that might have a slight lead. Certainly the crew from Glebe, Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major, might just have the noses out in front. It does look indeed that the double from Glebe has managed to take an early lead of a length from Lake Macquarie on their right-hand side. So as they come through the first 500 metres, it's Glebe in the lead, about 4 seconds lead over Lake Macquarie, as we thought. And then it's Des Moines in third on the near side of the lake in lane 8. Then we've got the Lake Macquarie Manning River Composite, Des Moines, Lake Macquarie, Des Moines, and then Shoalhaven. As they come into the last 250, looks like the Glebe crew are under pressure from Lake Macquarie on their left-hand side. Just managed to eat into some of that 5-second lead at the halfway line. And Lake Macquarie keep on going. Doesn't seem to be that Glebe can shake them. It's going to be a quick finish here. Strokes to go. Glebe are going to hold on. And Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major take the win in lane 2 by a length. In lane 3, from Lake Macquarie, Sean Ryan and Rayleigh Ison. And the boat from Des Moines, Nick Brown and Marcella Cox take third. And fourth on the far side, the Lake Macquarie Manning River of Nick Johnson and Michelle Duzel. It's going to be a photo between Des Moines and Lake Macquarie, the 5th and 6th. In 7th, it's Richard Jones and Jody Panagopoulos. And Shoalhaven bring home the rest of the field. So we'll just wait for that photo there between Des Moines and Lake Macquarie. A good win there for Glebe in a time of 3 minutes 56.57. In second place, Lake Macquarie's Sean Ryan and Rayleigh Ison, and in third place, Des Moines' Nick Brown and Marcella Cox. Next race is Division 3 of the mixed D to F double scull. On the far side, we've got Mbarak and Richard Medway from Leichhardt. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Linda Eddington and Oliver Raddy. In lane 5 from Port Macquarie, we have Michael Watts and Michelle Kirsten. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Drummoyne composite of Rowena Stewart and Peter Stevenard. And in lane 7 from Port Macquarie, we have David Baker and Sarah Holtz.
And as we get in these events, we get some quite interesting mixes there in the crews, Nathan, and certainly a Lake Macquarie Drummoyne crew. I'm not familiar that they've spent a lot of time in a boat together, but that tends to be the way with these mixed races.
Yeah, race to the, well, or at least a race to the start, and then that's your training done.
Absolutely, and I would expect the combination of Mbarak and Richard Medway in lane 2 to be a very strong outfit. Richard Medway, of course, just coming off the F single scull, a win in the F single scull, so wouldn't have had a lot of time to turn around, but certainly it looks to be enough, because they look, as they come down to the 500 metre mark, to be holding a fairly handy lead over the rest of the field. And through the 500 metre mark, it was indeed the Leichhardt combination of Mbarak and Richard Medway holding about a length and a half's lead over the combination of Rowena Stewart and Peter Stevenard from Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie, followed by Shoalhaven's Eddington and Radich and Port Macquarie's Baker and Holtz. So the Drummoyne Lake Macquarie composite is not that far off this Leichhardt combination. And could push them towards the end, but I'm sure that the Leichhardt crew will be taking a look across and just making sure they've got the race covered. Just coming down towards the 250 metre mark, and the big move at the moment does appear to be from the Shoalhavens, Eddington and Radich, and they are moving back up on this Drummoyne Lake Macquarie composite. And they'll certainly have to keep their eyes if they want to take out that second place, because the Shoalhaven crew is coming home very, very strongly. But looks to be no trouble at all for the Barrack and Medway combination from Leichhardt as they come into the down towards the Red Boys. About 150 odd metres to go and looking very strong. It does look like the Lake Macquarie Drummoyne composite of Stewart and Stevenard will hold out the fast finishing Shoalhaven, who looks like they might have just spent all their bickies trying to catch up to that crew, and don't look to have a lot left to bring it home. But it certainly is going to be a good win from the combination from Leichhardt, Mbarak and Richard Medway. About another 5 strokes to go, and they will cross the line to take out first place. It will be the Lake Macquarie composite with Drummoyne of Rowena Stewart and Peter Stevenard, who will come home in second place, followed by the Shoalhaven crew of Eddington and Radich, and a little bit further back to Port Macquarie's Watts and Kirsten. It does look like there's a crew further up. It could be the Port Macquarie crew who look like they... No, sorry, this is the Port Macquarie crew. It's just come across the line now, but the crew at the back looks to be the other Port Macquarie crew, and they to have struggled a little bit. So it is the Port Macquarie crew of Baker and Holtz coming across the line to take out fourth, and the Watts-Kirsten combination in lane 5 just taking it, winding it down towards the line, knowing that they're just out of the places.
And as Michael Watson, Michelle Kirsten cross over the finish line, we'll just go to Division 1 of the mixed D to F double scull, which is already underway. On the far side from Lake Macquarie, we've got Melanie Sakavaris and Greg Evans. From Newcastle in lane 3, we've got Phoebe Sanders and John Olsen. From Glebe, we have Raquel Boza and Parry Mutas. In lane 5 from Black Mountain, we've got a composite between Gabrielle Haythornwaite from Des Moines and Jane Reynolds from Black Mountain. In lane 6 from St. George, we've got Andrea Coos and Alan Robertson. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Kate Wareham and Tony Rogers.
And through the 500, it was that combination of Coos and Robertson holding down about a half a length's lead over Newcastle's Phoebe Sanders and John Olsen. A little bit further back to Black Mountain, Des Moines, Haythornthwaite and Reynolds. But certainly, as we might have expected, a very strong St. George crew, as is the Newcastle Rowing Club crew. And they have put a bit of a distance over the rest of the field as they come down to the 250 metres to go. But it is the St. George crew holding a good advantage at the moment. And as they come into the last 150 metres, still a big push from the Newcastle crew. Might put a lot more pressure on this St. George crew, but they look to have it in the bag at the moment. But certainly the fast finishing Newcastle crew, as we've seen that taking out of the Brad Smith book of finishers, and they're certainly using that to good effect here at the moment, and there won't be much in it at all as we come down towards the line. But it will be the St. George crew of Coos and Robertson that will take out a great win in this Division 1 of the mixed DF double scull. Crossing the line now, followed by Newcastle. It will be the Haythornthwaite Reynolds combination of Black Mountain Des Moines coming across to take third place. And a little bit further back to Lake Macquarie. Macquarie, they're just struggling a little bit as they come down towards the line. They'll be just lucky to hold on for this place, but they will go across in fourth, followed by Glebe Rowing Club's Wareham and Rogers, and Glebe's Bozza and Motaris.
And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. I think this is for the previous race. It's the mixed D to F double scull Division 3. The winners of Division 3 race 104 were M. Barrack and Richard Medway. We're going to have a slight break in the racing now for 40 minutes. The last thing we've got to do is congratulate the winners of the mixed D2F double scull Division 1. For 2025.
And welcome back to the live stream. My name is Clement and I'll be commentating, and we now have race 106 underway. It's Heat 1, Women's D single scull. Progress is the first, second and third and fourth go through to the final, and the rest are eliminated. We have North Shore Zita Briones, and then we have followed by that, and from Leichhardt is Daniela Borget. From Glebe, Cecile Ferrer. From Shoalhaven in lane 6 is Mary Ambrose, and from Leichhardt in lane 7, Carmel Taylor. No, it says here. And the race is underway. And again, as we reach towards the culmination of this racing season, we have to recognize the coaches that support all of our clubs. And so from North Shore in lane 3, Zita Brown is coached by Guy Morgan. And Leichhardt's Daniela Borget, coached by Steve Sherry. Glebe in lane 5, Cecile Ferris, coached by Robert Dallimore. Lane 6, Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 7, Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. Thank you again to all those coaches that spend time there getting the practice out there and improving everybody day by day for this culmination. And we're passing the 1500 mark. We can see here in lane 4, Leichhardt Danielle Borges' slight advantage over lane 3's Zita Briones, followed by lane 5's Glebe Cecile Fair. And I'm joined here with my daughter Paloma, who will be co-commentating with me for the meantime, as we make our way through to the last 500 meters of this 1K race. And whilst this is a heat, we can see that the top 3 are still kind of battling it out. Well, the top 2 really are not really giving it in. We see a stroke rate kind of increasing there, with Zita in lane 3 increasing the pace there. And from this angle, obviously, we can't necessarily see who's necessarily in the lead right now between Zita Briones and Danielle Borget. But I can hear the cheers in the grandstand. Will that fuel through to push this heat in the first 2 to see who's battling for first and second place? It is going to be too close to call from here. Couple of strokes into it. Leichhardt's Danielle Borget looks like she's ahead by half a boat length. And coming through in lane 4, Leichhardt Danielle Borget, followed by lane 3, Zita Briones. In lane 5, Glebe's Cecile Fair. And in lane 7, Leichhardt's Carmel Taylor. And crossing the line in lane 6 is Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose.
Thanks, Clem. Now, race 107 is now underway, the women's D single scull, Heat 2. And we have in lane 3 UTS Christine Phillips, lane 4 Lake Macquarie Trudy McDonald, lane 5 Leichhardt Lisa Molyneux, lane 6 Shoalhaven Katrina Davis, and lane 7 Glebes Kate Wareham. Just passing the 500 metre mark now, Christine Phillips is in first place with a nice margin ahead of second Katrina Davis, followed by Trudy McDonald in third.
It was a bit windy in the earlier session this morning. It seems like it's dying a bit out now. Looking at the flags, there is some cross breeze, but not as strong as earlier. And as they pass the final 250 metre mark, we still see Christine Phillips from UTS in lane 3 ahead of the pack. And there's still some room there between Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald and Katrina Davis for second and third position. And UTS's Christine Phillips is definitely leaning into it, trying to maximise her recorded time in this heat. Does not look like she's holding back. So as we near the finish line, comfortable in the third lane, UTS's Christine Phillips about to cross. And unchanged there in lane 6 is Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis. And in lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald coming through. The battle now between Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux and Glebes' Kate Wareham in lanes 5 and 7. And again, progressing first and fourth into the finals. So here it looks like lane 5, Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux coming through in fourth place. And crossing now, lane 7, Glebes' Kate Wareham.
Now race 108 is underway, the women's C coxless 4. In lane 3 we have the North Shore Composite, lane 4 Mossman, lane 5 UTS, lane 6 Leichhardt Composite, and lane 7 Black Mountain.
So in lane 3, the North Shore Composite crew comprising of Catherine Boland, Nikki Lopresti, Belindy Groh, Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan, Robin Mackney and Steve Sherry. In lane 4 is Mossman with Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Ahern, Carissa Kleeman, coached by James Taylor. In lane 5's UTS's Julia Bell, Monique Henke, Alison Davies and Jennifer Luff. In lane 6, the Leichhardt Composite of Candice Jago, Amy van der Nieuwenhof, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham. And in lane 7, Black Mountains, Zoe Thomas, Kerry Hughes, Jenny Simmons and Colleen Chapman. And in this race 108, the women's C coxless 4, the current title holder is Mossman. And judging at the 500, in lane 4, the Mossman crew is ahead by, looks like a canvas. And as we enter the last 250 metres, it is definitely a battle. Definite battle there between the lanes coming through in 3, 4 and 5.
And we've just got a quick reminder to please return your bow numbers after your races. It would be greatly appreciated.
Lane 5's UTS crew looks like it is nudging ahead of Mossman in lane 4, but also closely behind is the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3. But with a few more strokes left, it looks like UTS's crew in lane 5 is sufficiently ahead. By half a boat length, it looks like. So lane 5's UTS looking comfortably in first place. Lane 4's Mossman in second, and lane 3's North Shore Composite crew coming in third place. And followed by Leichhardt Composite crew in lane 6. And Black Mountain in lane 7. And well done to the crews that came in. That was race 108, the women's C coxless 4. Up next is the race 109, the men's Jada M double scull. The current title holders are North Shore Composite with Drew Moyne. And in lane 4 is the St George crew of Ian Toll and Lance Reeve, coached by Jackie Pele. In lane 5 is Mossman's Philip Titterton and John Hardy. And in lane 6 is a North Shore Composite of David Coles with David Kay. And in this race, in lane 6, the North Shore Composite crew left on go, the crew of David Coles and David Kay, with the St George and the Mossman crews in lane 4s and 5 with a 16-second. That 16-second handicap looks like it's being eroded by the other two crews from St George and Mossman, with the steady state of Mossman and St George slowly nudging away.
And as we're passing the 500 metre, it seems that Mossman has taken the lead, followed by North Shore Canberra Composite and the St George crew.
So being the State Masters Championships, many of these athletes today are racing across multiple events. So given that we're mid-morning, some have already raced 1-2 races. So it's interesting to see as the afternoon turns around what level of performance and endurance can come through. And looking at that side view, that Mossman crew does look like it's, that St George crew, sorry, is trying to push in there and give it the last 250 metres a serious push and see if they can catch that Mossman crew. But from our tower, we can see that Mossman has a fair advantage. It will require some serious pushing to catch that lead. And so this race 119, the men's J to M double scull, the current title holders being North Shore and Drummoynes, James and Wern. It looks like Mossman, the Philip Titterton and John Hardy looking ahead of the pack here and likely to close off this race, followed by St George's Ian Toll and Lance Reeve. And crossing the finish line right now is in lane 5, Mossman's Philip Titterton and John Hardy. And followed by lane 4, St George, Ian Toll and Lance Reeve. And crossing line now in lane 6 is the North Shore Composite of David Coles from Canberra and David Kay.
Now underway is race 110, the women's G to M pair. The current title holders being North Shore, Walter and Wannon. In lane 3, we have North Shore, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards. Lane 4, ANU Composite, Anne Charlton and Sue Donahue. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie's Nerda Clinton and Anne Campbell. And lane 6, North Shore's Susan Walter and Susan Wannon.
And in lane 6 is North Shore that went on go, the Susan Walter, Susan Wannon combination, passing the 500, sorry, the 250, seemed to have a steady lead on the 33-second handicap for lanes 3, 4 and 5. And currently on the podium, we are awarding the race 108, the women's C coxless 4. And in first place was UTS's Julia Bell, Monique Henke, Alison Davies and Jennifer Luff. In second place with the silver is Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Ahern and Carissa Clayman. And in third place was the North Shore Composite crew of Catherine Boland, Nikki Lepresti, Belinda Rowe and Olivia Tong. Congratulations to the crews. And returning back to race 110, which is the women's G to M pair, the current title holders of North Shore, Walter and Wannon. And in lane 6, it looks like that pair of Susan Walter and Susan Wannon continue to maintain their steady lead. And on the far side, the North Shore in lane 3 combination of Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards also appear from this angle to be holding second place.
That will be Walter and Wannon in the women's G to M pair taking the gold with a huge margin against their competitors.
The battle then will come down to who will take third and fourth. But with the loss of boat speed in lane 4, it does look apparent that Lake Macquarie in lane 5 will be able to hold it, but crossing the line is North Shore in lane 3, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, followed by, in lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. With the ANU composite crew of Anne Charlton and Sue Donahue coming in fourth.
Race 111, the men's A to B 8, is currently underway with the current title holders Leichhardt. In lane 4, we have Leichhardt with Emery, Wilson, Kotskar, Allen, Newsom, Farrar, Dupree, Buzzacott, and Cox by Kelly. And in lane 5, we have North Shore with Newen, Sherman, Jeffries, Bohr, Hudd, Simpson, Loiterton, Payton, and Cox by Kavanagh.
And as the crews pass into the last 250 metres, it looks like Leichhardt continues to hold a steady advantage in lane 4. North Shore holding and now increasing the rating. You can see a marked increase in the rating there from North Shore. Will it be enough to catch that last 200 metres? Leichhardt not holding back either. So Leichhardt's crew of Martin Emery, Marcus Wilson, Robert Coscar, Tom Allen, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farrer, and James Dupree, Charles Buzzacott, and Cox by Ruth Kelly, looking like they have a 2-boat lead over the North Shore crew of Quan Nguyen, Dylan Sherman, Andrew Jeffries, Jasper Bauer, George Hudd, Andrew Simpson, George Loiterton, Tom Payton, Cox by Jane Kavanagh. And as the finish line just crossed was the Leichhardt crew, and then crossing right now is the North Shore crew.
Lining up now at the 1,000 metre mark, we have race 112, the men's F coxless 4. In lane 1, Manning River, Nick Johnston, Murray Doust, Colin Bruce, and Glenn Herbert. Lane 2, North Shore's Maximilian Ott, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck, and Chris Walsh. Lane 3, Armadale's Michael Robinson, Gregory Rolfe, Richard Percy, and Hugh Dowick. Lane 4's St. George, Glenn Tudor, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison, and Alan Robertson. Lane 5, University of New South Wales, David Lees, Matthew Bayfield, Simon Van Ryswick, and Derek Heath. Lane 6, Drummoyne's David Page, Charles Hamilton, Anthony Horworth, and Bruce Egan. Lane 7, Sydney, Michael Wood, Carl Quetzal, David Greenslade, Stuart Cowip. And lane 8, Glebes, James Wentworth, Mark McEwen, Richard Robillard, and Stephen Caldwell.
And whilst that race 112 is forming up, presenting medals now for the race 110, the women's G2M pair. And in first place, we are now going gold medal goes to the North Shore pair of Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. Holding 1 minute, we're waiting for the Lake Macquarie crew. And returning to the podium, we are now looking at race 110, the women's G to M pair. And in bronze, we have Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. Congratulations, Lake Macquarie. And in silver, we have North Shore's Virginia Fabro with Sally Edwards. And in gold is North Shore's Susan Wannon and Sue Walter, again retaining their title from last year. Congratulations to the crews. And well done to the women's G to M pair, race 110. And on your screens, you'll see that race 112, the men's F grade coxless 4, currently holding in position at the start. Current title holders are ANU and Melbourne.
And on the podium now, well done to the race 111 men's A to B 8. The first place going to Leichhardt, Martin Emery, Marcus Wilson, Rob Kotzkar, Tom Allen, Thomas Newson, Benjamin Farrar, James Dupree, Charles Buzzacott, and Cox by Ruth Kelly.
And as this race 112 comes up to the 1,000 metre mark, the 500 metre mark, sorry, from this distance in our tower, it looks like it could be possibly lanes 4 and 5. But no, there it is, Manning River, followed by North Shore. And as you can see, at the 500, we had Manning River, North Shore and Sydney with very close splits. It will come down to this last 250 metres to see who will hold the advantage and who can make that last push. And Sydney in lane 7 does look like it has a slight advantage, but with some steerage problems there. But we also, if we cross to the other side, in lane 3 is Armadale also with a nose in head. Oh. Sydney again is a little bit off course there, a bit of steerage there, probably added an extra distance for themselves. But North Shore is making a push, and so is St George. So Armadale's there, but you've got lane 4 with a very dangerous crossover there between lanes 4. We have Sydney then coming through and North Shore. So in first place was Manning, then Sydney, followed by St George, North Shore, Glebe and Armidale. Very close margins there. Lining up now is race 113, the men's double scull. Current title holder. It's a new event, looks like a non-event. In lane 3 is Mossman's John Newcomb and John May. In lane 4 is Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong with Bruce Sharp. In lane 5 is Drummoyne's Graham Wern with Branko Kovacic. In lane 6 is Port Macquarie's David Baker with Philip Higgins. And in lane 7 is North Shore's Michael Tyler with Kim Rudder. So that last race of the men's coxless 4 was extremely exciting there. It was a very tight race in the middle and towards the end. And very close margins between second, third and fourth. And race 113 is underway. The men's double scull with Mossman, Lake Macquarie, Drummoyne, Port Macquarie and North Shore in the race. And at this early stage, from this angle that we can see in the control tower, it does look like North Shore's in lane 7 is slightly ahead, but it's early days and the parallax angle does provide some inaccuracies there.
And as we approach the 500 meter mark, it seems that lane 4, Lake Macquarie, has a steady lead, followed by lane 3, Mossman, and North Shore and Port Macquarie battling out for third place.
And awarding on the podium now is race 112, the men's F coxless 4. The crew from Manning River of Nick Johnston, Murray Doust, Colin Bruce and Glenn Herbert. Congratulations. And returning back to race 113, the men's double scull, it does appear from our angle that the Lake Macquarie crew does continue to hold an advantage as they pass the final 250 metres. But Mossman is running alongside there with possibly a boat length difference between the two. And North Shore in lane 7 is making a push alongside Port Macquarie. But Lake Macquarie in lane 4 does look very calm and nicely rowing along long strokes there. It looks unlikely that anybody can really catch them in these last few strokes remaining. And that's in lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong with Bruce Sharp looking very comfortable as they enter the final stretch of the race. And the battle for second place, it does look like Mossman continues to hold its position in lane 3 of John Newcomb and John May. And North Shore in lane 7, Michael Tyler, with Kim Rudder coming in with the bronze and third, followed by Port Macquarie in lane 6 of David Baker and Philip Higgins. And in lane 5 from Drummoyne is Graham Wern and Branko Kovacic. And we can see on the screen there, the race 114, the men's E pair. Current title holders are Mossman, Black Mountain composite crew there. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Stuart Boyd with Jeremy Smith. In lane 5, North Shore's Timothy Sargent and Nick O'Brien. And in lane 6, Sydney's Robert McNeil with Mark Biddender. And again, another reminder to return your bow numbers, please, for the smooth operation of this regatta. Bow numbers, please. And the race is currently underway. The men's E-pair race 114 with Shoalhaven in lane 3, Lake Macquarie in lane 4, North Shore in lane 5 and Sydney in lane 6. And a powerful start there in lane 6 from the Sydney crew of Robert McNeil and Mark Bindner. And looking at this onboard camera view from the Bro boat, Sydney's Robert McNeil and Mark Bindner looking like they have a one boat advantage. Everybody looking quite calm still at this early stage of the race. And just getting ready now for medal presentation for the men's coxless the men's double scull race 113. And as that race of the men's Masters race 114 passes the 500 metre mark, you can see there with the Sydney crew with a 2.68 second split over Lake Macquarie. And being present on the being presented right now is race 113, the men's double scull. And in bronze is North Shore Michael Tyler, in Kim Brudder, coached by Ken Ambler. In silver, Mossman's John Newcomb and John May. And in first place, Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Bruce Sharp. Congratulations, the winners of race 113, the men's double scull.
Alrighty, we've got the men's E-pair on the water at the moment. This is involving Shoalhaven, Lake Macquarie, North Shore and Sydney Rowing Club. It's Sydney Rowing Club in front of the Lake Macquarie combination, Robert McNeil and Mark Binder. They are probably at least a boat length ahead of Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, a very experienced combination from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. The bronze medal position right now is being held by Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. They've got 100 metres left here, McNeil and Binder, and they are very, very close to securing this victory. This was won by Partridge and Hourigan from Mossman and Black Mountain in last year's State Masters. So it will be Sydney Rowing Club who claim the men's E-pair from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and not too far behind them is Shoalhaven, Davis and Turner. But it's Sydney Rowing Club win the men's E-pair. The gold medal going to Sydney, silver to Lake Macquarie, bronze holding off North Shore is Shoalhaven and Sargent and O'Brien from North Shore finishing in 4th place.
And on the lineup now is race 115, the men's H8. The current title holders are Mossman, and in lane 4, Leichhardt's Dennis Tracy, Rex Chadwick, Jeffrey Rich, Bruce Reed, Michael Conroy, Graham Reed, David Collishaw, Peter Gilder, and coxed by Guy Elron, coached by Guy Elron. In lane 5 is Mossman's Peter Mayo, Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery, James Taylor, Bruce Begbie, Philip Titterton, John Hardy, and coxed by Michael Rasmussen. And in lane 6 is North Shore's Jim Hole, Nicholas Sanford, Jeff Wannon, Peter Horton, Richard Lawson, Stefan Kerr, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, and coxed by Kimberly Bellinghall, coached by Kim Rudder.
Okay, and we can just say that Mossman crew, who are the defending champions in this event, of course, the club winning this one last year. I'm pretty sure most of this crew would have been involved in that as well in the men's H8 in 2024. So it's Mossman Rowing Club. So because there's only 3 in the race, just a gold and silver will be awarded in this one. So all important to get in the top 2. And you can see right alongside Mossman is the North Shore crew. So right now, it's a race between these two, it would seem. Leichhardt have slipped a little bit further off the pace. So, Clement, this is going to be a really interesting finish if North Shore can just hang on here to the defending champions, Mossman. And right now, it is looking very, very tight as they move now towards the halfway point of the race.
That's always the question, can they hang on?
And
hanging on is hard, especially in the last 500.
Well, it is. It is. And you can just see Mossman, are they just edging their way seat by seat? It's just looking like an advantage which might be increasing. Right now, it's about 0.95, so less than a second. The question is, do North Shore have a little bit more left in the tank in this men's H8 final? Third place is Leichhardt, as I mentioned, so it will just be the top 2 getting medals in this one with 3 crews entered. So this men's H8, we've got the women's E8 coming up next. We've got 6 crews in that one. So some big boat racing coming up, and Mossman look to be extending this lead further over North Shore Rowing Club. Leichhardt still back in third. It's about 13.5 seconds, the gap between themselves and second place.
Does look like that North Shore is doing a little push right now. Let's see if it's enough to erode away that advantage that Mossman has.
Well, from the naked eye, it doesn't look as big as it does there on screen. If you're watching from home, the gap on screen there looks pretty substantial. It looks about a boat length. As they come into view now and even closer, it looks as though Mossman are pulling away. It did look, as you said, Clement, that North Shore were just sort of sidling up alongside Mossman, but no, Mossman have pulled away now, and it is their race to lose now as they enter the last 100 metres over North Shore Rowing Club. So North Shore sitting in the silver medal position, but it's the defending champions, Mossman Rowing Club, who are looking to win the men's H8, defending their title from 2024 in front over the North Shore combination. Leichhardt Rowing Club still back in third place, as they have been from the start of this race. But it's Mossman Rowing Club, just a few strokes to go. Mayo, Fine, Aroni, Nethery, Taylor, Begbie, Titterton, and Hardy, coxed by Michael Rasmussen. They win and defend their title in the men's H8. North Shore will claim the silver medal, and Leichhardt Rowing Club finish in third.
And lining up is race 1160, women's E8. In lane 2, North Shore's Leanne Johnston, Gail Donkin, Judy Tanner, Rebecca Tomomolo, Catherine James, Briony Short, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Justin Peters. In lane 3, Balmain's Rose Russell, Juliet Annan, Marta Bacco, Beverly Malone, Maria O'Connor, Victoria Clay, Jacqueline Warner, Sasha Mitten, and coxed by Kit Hartley, coached by Chris Hartley and John Reading. In lane 4, North Shore's Helen Byrne, Julie Wass, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Jane Kavanagh, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5 is Drummoyne's Jody Panagopoulos, Sally Webeck, Marcella Cox, Sky Smith, Alex Warner, Helen Burton, Katrina Brangwin, Amy Greenlees, coxed by Julie Ann Huang. And in lane 6 is North Shore's Sandy Schul, Sarah Hall, Penny Morris, Carolyn Reed, Julie Bohm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, and coxed by Sydney Krieger, coached by Peter Kwok. And in lane 7, Newcastle's Fiona Wallace, Sue Brown, May Soliva Bell, Phoebe Sanders, Catherine Dadd, Susan Deemer, Bonnie Tratt, Sally Watson, coxed by Conrad Bond.
Now, we've just seen that presentation for the men's E pair. Just congratulations to Harry Davis and Chris Turner from Shoalhaven, the bronze medalists. We didn't see the silver medalists, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. They've gone round to prepare for another race. And the gold medalists, Robert McDeal and Mark Binder, who claimed the gold medal in the men's E pair. So, back down to the start for that women's E8. And we're just having a look at these boats now coming down the course. And from the naked eye, it is certainly North Shore who look to be in a good position. That's the lane 4 and lane 6 crew. So both the North Shore combinations moving along very, very nicely at the moment. Drummoyne in the middle of them a little bit further back. Then out to the far side of the course is Balmain, and then the other North Shore. There's 3 North Shore boats in this race on the far side. Newcastle Rowing Club on the near side. But it's North Shore 1-2 as it stands currently, as they approach the halfway point in this women's E8. North Shore actually winning the medal count, as is the case right now. They've got about 11.75 gold medals, and they're looking to add another one here and move themselves up into a more assailable lead in that medal tally. They're sitting in the gold and silver medal positions right now. Drummoyne in bronze, Balmain in 4th, Newcastle in 5th place, North Shore's 3rd crew in 6th place. So 6 boats all across the water here. Is there a push for the podium for Balmain? They're only 0.62 off 3rd place. So maybe that's the little battle to keep an eye out for, is the battle between Balmain, who are in lane 3, and Drummoyne in lane 5. Can they get themselves a spot in the top 3? Because North Shore look to have a stranglehold here on the gold and silver medal positions. I tell you what, Newcastle Rowing Club here, this would be a pretty impressive performance from Newcastle if they can get themselves onto the podium. They're moving pretty nicely here on this near side. They've been getting out and doing some training in that Masters 8. We've been switching between our men's C crew and them in the E8 on a Saturday morning at Newcastle, and they have been getting out and doing some great training, and they're really pushing here. This would be absolutely wonderful if they could move their way into the top 3. They are flying, Newcastle. It's North Shore in the gold and silver medal positions. Balmain are now trying to respond. So too are Drummoyne. North Shore on the far side in 6th place, probably out of it at this stage, but it's their club mates who are in the gold and silver medal positions. The battle for the podium, though, is the one that is most intriguing here. It is North Shore in lane 4 leading. They are only a few strokes away from a gold medal. Newcastle Rowing Club in the bronze medal position. They've moved through Balmain and Drummoyne. It is going to be North Shore, though, who are going to claim the gold medal just a few strokes away now. It is going to be a 1-2 for North Shore Rowing Club. Will it be Newcastle Rowing Club to claim the bronze medal? They are sitting there in 3rd. Balmain are unable to push themselves back into the battle for the podium, and it will be Newcastle Rowing Club. What an outstanding last 500 from the tricolours of Newcastle to claim a bronze medal. Balmain in 4th, Drummoyne in 5th, North Shore in 6th place.
It sounds like you called it early. Newcastle definitely has done well through that Saturday training that you mentioned.
Yeah, they've been getting out. It's so important, isn't it, Clement? When you're getting out in those big boats, the 8s, especially the sweep boats, that extra training is so important. Now, we have got this Mossman crew who may be ready for the medal presentation. We've got the men's D quad, so I might just go through the start list of that, and then we might see if we can get to that presentation as they just get themselves sorted. So, Shoalhaven in lane 3, Radich, Trenor, Drury and Basher. Mossman in lane 4, Luan, Deutsch, Butland and Allsop. Glebe in 5, Spiteri, Wigan, Dallymore and Major. Drummoyne, Newcastle Composite in lane 6, Keats, Smith, Goldstein and Brown. And Mossman in lane 7, Hooker, Evans, Petering and Hourigan, coached by Michael Rasmussen. So I'm really interested to see how this race plays out, because I was having a look at it a little bit earlier. I thought Mossman's crew probably I would mark them as the favourites, but the Newcastle Drummoyne combination is certainly a strong one on paper as well, Clement. So I think this is going to be a very, very interesting race.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see whether or not composites work. You know, it's a last-minute shoe-in, but you know, at this level where people have a lot of experience, sometimes all it takes is just to put people in a boat and off you go.
Yeah, and this combination here from Newcastle. Chris Keats has really come back into rowing the last probably couple of years. So I actually row with his son Remy, Chris has been really working hard this season, so it's great to see him in the boat with Brad Smith, who vastly experienced, used to be at Glebe, now head coach at Newcastle Grammar. Andrew Goldstein, of course, national title winner in the club double about 7 years ago. He's sitting there in that Drummoyne boat with Nick Brown, who was also part of the interstate crew last year. So they're in third, Glebe in second. Now that is a very strong Glebe crew as well. I just feel like the Mossman crew, on paper, probably favourites. Glebe not far off them, and they've got 3 seconds to pull back. That's got Andy Wiggin in it, who is part of the interstate crew for New South Wales this year. Ken Major, very experienced as well. Robert Dallymore, Tim Spiteri. So here they come. We're going to get a great finish here between the top three. I felt like this was going to be a race to watch, and right now it is Mossman who are leading the way. It was Glebe at the 500 who were sitting in second, but the Newcastle Drummoyne combination may well have just come through them. Mossman in lane 7 sitting back in 4th at the moment. In 5th place is Shoalhaven Rowing Club. There's a lot of work to do here for Glebe and Newcastle if they are to overhaul Mossman, who have given themselves a really good lead here. Luan, Deutsch, Butlin and Allsop, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. Here come Drummoyne and Newcastle in silver. Glebe trying to pinch a silver medal off the Newcastle Drummoyne composite as they head now towards the last 100 metres. Glebe are certainly picking up the rating. They are trying to get themselves into the silver medal position. Newcastle and Drummoyne trying to hang on to it. It is Mossman out in front. Luan, Deutsch, Butlin and Allsop, the defending champions in this event, a Mossman Rowing Club, and it looks as though they are going to be defending their crown. The question is, who will get the silver medal? Glebe are coming at Newcastle and Drummoyne. It is going to be very, very tight on the line. On the surge, it will just be Newcastle and Drummoyne just from Glebe. Mossman win it. What a cracking race that was in the men's D quad. And Mossman will also get themselves a 4th place and Shoalhaven 5th.
And that came down to literally a bow ball. It was a very, very tight race. Very exciting stuff. And we did have, just on the podium there, the awarding of the gold and silver for the men's H8. The winners, the silver medal going to North Shore, and the gold going to Mossman, Peter Mayo, Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nithery, James Taylor, Bruce Begbie, Philip Titterton, John Hardy, coxed by Michael Rasmussen.
So underway in the women's F double. Lane 1, Newcastle Uni's Alicia Sager and Endeavour's Katrina Whiteley. So a combination from the Hunter River, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie Composite in lane 2. Tess Fearon from Lake Mac, M. Barrack from Leichhardt. Black Mountains, Cecile Young and Yvonne Poles. They're in lane 3. Catherine Sainty and Karen Samet from North Shore, coached by Kim Rudder in 4. In lane 5, St George Joanne Ward and Christine McCready. In 6, Newcastle Uni's Jules Bosco and Louise Tamine from Lake Macquarie. In lane 7, we've got Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club and Sue Donoghue from ANU. And in lane 8, it is Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Simone Jones, coached by Linda Eddington. So we're less than a minute into this one. And you can see in the centre of your picture the red and white stripes there of St George Rowing Club. We're just zooming in on them now. We're riding with Ward and McCready. North Shore on their stroke side, on their right-hand flank. And they look to be leading at the moment. But I was looking at the names in this one again, Clement, and I think this is going to be a very even race. You can see early days all the way across the course that there are some strong crews, and this could really go down to the wire. This women's F double. The defending champions are McCready and Ward, who are in this race. That St George crew I mentioned. So Catherine, I should say, yeah, McCready and Ward. Joanne Ward from St George, Christine McCready in lane 5.
It's always one of those things when you're the hot title holder, you're trying to defend yourself, or you're the hungry runner-up from last year that's trying to chase.
Got that desperation.
That's right. But maybe in rowing you need that composure. You've got to keep calm to get you through.
They are certainly that, aren't they? They're sitting there with a 4-second gap. This is where it's getting very even, though. I think the scramble for the podium is going to be very, very fascinating. That's that replay we just saw from the men's D quad, and Newcastle Drummoyne officially got glebe by 0.27. I don't know how many of those Newcastle guys will be coming through, though, because I know that pretty much 2 of them, I think, have to head down and row in the double, which is in about 10 minutes' time. So it's a quick turnaround from the D quad through to the C double it is, which is coming up. So here we go. They come into view, and it's St George in front, Ward and McCready. Very hard to tell. I think that's the Black Mountain combination of Young and Powells, who are sitting in the silver medal position at the moment. Hard to pick bronze based on the angle, but I can certainly say that Tess Fearon and M. Barak, that Leichhardt Lane Macquarie composite, they're certainly going to be in with a shout for the medals. There's no doubt about that. That is a very experienced combination. Newcastle Uni composite also sitting there and thereabouts. They may well have just slipped back. The ANU Exeter composite, they're sitting there in a battle for podium position. But St George from Black Mountain, from Leichhardt Lake Macquarie, then Lake Macquarie Newcastle Uni composite, probably slipping back to 5th now. It's the ANU Exeter combination who are in 4th right now. Do they have something special over these last 150 metres to find a spot into 3rd place? But it's St George, the defending champions. Once again, it's been a good little period for the defending champions across multiple events, and they look to have this race in their control. It is Joanne Ward and Christine McCready with 50 metres to travel. Black Mountain are just trying to hold off Fearon and Barak, who are in the bronze medal position. It's Young and Powells in 2nd place. Exeter are putting on a push here, so don't write them off. That's the Exeter ANU composite on this near side, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So it will be St George. Black Mountain are going to get it by a canvas from the Leichhardt Lake Macquarie combination. Exeter ANU in 4th. Lake Macquarie Newcastle Uni in 5th. 6th place will be Shoalhaven. I should say 6th will be North Shore, then Shoalhaven, and then the Newcastle Uni Endeavour composite on the far side. Now, Clement, if it's all right, I'm just going to do this women's E8 because Newcastle, they look pretty happy down there. So we'll go through that medal presentation for the women's E8. 3rd place and bronze medalist, Newcastle Rowing Club. Fiona Wallace, Sue Brown, May Saliva Bell, Phoebe Sanders, Catherine Dadd, Sue Deemer, Bonnie Tratt and Sally Watson, coxed by Conrad Bond. Yeah, well done Newcastle Rowing Club. That was outstanding. It's been wonderful to see this crew training every Saturday morning. We've been jumping out of the men's 8 and doing the quick swap with the women's 8, and all that training has paid off. So what a wonderful, wonderful moment that is. We haven't really had many 8s at Newcastle get out and race at the Aussie Masters. And Conrad Bond doing a wonderful job, the cox of that crew. 2nd place and silver medalist North Shore, Sandy Shule, Sarah Hall, Penny Morris, Carolyn Reid, Julie Boehm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, coxed by Sydney Krieger and coached by Peter Kwok. And the gold medalist and state title holders in the women's E8, defending their crown, North Shore, Helen Byrne, Julie Wass, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Jane Kavanagh and coached by Kim Rudder. So massive congratulations to North Shore gold and silver medalists in the women's E8, Newcastle Rowing Club, the bronze medalists.
And lining up now is race 119, the women's D single scull final. In lane 1 from Leichhardt is Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 2 is Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald. In lane 4 is UTS Christine Phillips. In lane 5, Leichhardt's Daniela Borget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6 is Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 7 is Glebes, does not look like she's there, but it's Cecile Fair. And in lane 8 is Leichhardt's Lisa Moulineau, coached by Frank McHugh. And maybe that we are waiting for lane 7, Glebes, Cecile Fair. It does look like we are holding.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a look down to see if we have got a boat that's moving in from the back lake. Can't see at the moment. Maybe there is a single just coming around the corner. Yeah, there's certainly no one is in their ready position, in their starting position, ready to go. We'll just do that medal presentation for the men's D quad. The third place and bronze medalists from Glebe Rowing Club, Tim Spiteri, Andy Wigan, Robert Dallymore and Kenneth Major. Second place and silver medalists, the Drummoyne Composite with Newcastle Rowing Club, Chris Keats and Brad Smith from Newcastle, Andrew Goldstein and Nick Brown from Drummoyne, and the gold medalists from Mossman, Mark Lawarne, Alexander Doige, Magnus Butland and Ian Allsop, coached by Tiff Hutchison. So well done to Mossman Rowing Club for defending the crown there in the men's D quad. What about the women's F double? We might be able to roll through that quickly because we're just waiting for a start here in the women's D single. Alrighty, that's very efficient. Mel's got the medals ready to go. We can do this presentation as we wait for a start in the women's D single.
And presenting the women's F double scull, in bronze, we have the Leichhardt composite crew of Leichhardt and Lake Macquarie of Tess Fearon and M. Barak. And in silver, Black Mountain's Cecile Young and Yvonne Pauls. And in gold, in first place, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready from St. George, the winners of the Women's F Double Scull, defending champions. Congratulations to the crews.
So we have got a start in the women's D single. In lane 1 from Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 2, Trudy McDonald, who is the defending champion in this race. We've got a scratching from North Shore, Zeta Briones. Christine Phillips from UTS in lane 4. Daniela Borget from Leichhardt in lane 5. Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven in 6. Cecile Ferrer from Glebe in lane 7. And Lisa Molyneux from Leichhardt in lane 8. So we've got a number of members. We've got some members of the New South Wales interstate crew in this particular race. Of course, it is a D event. And that interstate women's crew, Daniela Borget from Leichhardt, Bronwyn Downey from UTS, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, Christine Phillips from UTS, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven is a reserve, so too is Anne Skilton from Glebe, coached by Peter Waldesy. So McDonald and Borget in this particular event. Christine Phillips as well. So expect those three probably to be close to the front in this one. And you can see Christine Phillips and Trudy McDonald in picture here. You can see lane 6 just poking into view as well. And that's Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. So this is what we were probably anticipating, but it's Katrina Davis, who, as I said, is a reserve for the state team. She's sitting there in first place over Christine Phillips, Trudy McDonald, and then Daniela Borget sitting back in 4th place from Leichhardt. So come out with a lot of motivation here, Katrina Davis. Cecile Ferrer sitting back in 5th place, but 3 members of the state crew, 1 a reserve in the top 4 here. So I think that this could be a case of 4 into 3 doesn't quite go. And, well, Daniela Borget from Leichhardt has got a little bit of work to do here if she's going to pull her way back onto the podium. What's her final 500 going to be like? Because right now it is Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis sitting in the gold medal position. Trudy McDonald on the far side of the course, just 1 in from that far side. Christine Phillips from UTS in the silver medal position. So can Katrina Davis hold on here? This is going to be a real challenge, as she's got scullers coming at her from the far side of the course. Daniela Borget is a little bit further back in 4th place as it stands currently. So they're coming down to the line almost in a 3 here, with Davis still leading from Phillips and McDonald. Trudy McDonald now putting in the big strokes from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So too is Phillips from UTS, but Katrina Davis is still holding on to this advantage, and she's entering the last 100 metres as the dark red boys come into view now. UTS trying to make a move in Christine Phillips. Trudy McDonald in bronze. Borget back in 4th. She's going to have to put in a really strong push here if she wants to get onto the podium, and I don't think that's going to happen. But out in front, it is going to be a new winner in the women's D single from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. It is Katrina Davis who is powering towards the finish, and it is a gold medal to Shoalhaven. Katrina Davis winning the women's D single. Silver to Christine Phillips from UTS. The defending champion Trudy McDonald wins bronze, and Daniela Borget from Leichhardt in 4th place. Glebe Rowing Club Cecile Ferrer will finish in 5th, and then Carmel Taylor, who is an E sculler, she's rowing in D. She's done really well over on that far side, rowing up a grade, and she's going to finish in 6th place. 7th will be Lisa Mullineau from Leichhardt Rowing Club.
So how often do those 3 state crews plus the sped train together? Do they do side by side and regularly match off like this, or because they're dispersed, they only occasionally come together?
Well, I know there's selections and the on-water selections, erg times, and they do some seat racing, I'm pretty sure, as well. I know that's what's been happening with the men's crew as well. So, yeah, that's a huge result. Katrina Davis, as I said, so reserved for that state crew and winning the women's D single. All right, back down the course, men's G single, Clement.
That's right, the current title holder is Drummoyne's Steve Schnagel. In lane 2, we have Capital Lakes' Steve Grzalskiak. Lane 3 is Melbourne's Rodney Stewart. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Peter Stevenard. Lane 5, Leichhardt's Robert Tiley. Lane 6, Sydney's Carl Quitsale. Lane 7, Armadale's Michael Robinson. And Lane 8, St George Paul Wilkinson.
So just having a look at the crews now across the course, and it is the light blue of Sydney, and the white over there on the far side of Capital Lake, Steve Greskoviak and Carl Quitsau in the top 2 positions right now. 3rd place is potentially with Rod Stewart here of Melbourne Rowing Club, based on the Yarra River there, right in the heart of Melbourne. Coming up for this one, they actually won the medal tally at the national titles in Tasmania last year. They had a wonderful regatta, Melbourne Rowing Club. At the 500, it was Quitsau from Greskoviak by .23. Then Robert Tiley from Leichhardt was in 3rd. Rod Stewart from Melbourne in 4th. But Rod Stewart potentially may have moved up into bronze, but Peter Stevenard is putting in a really good push here. Coming through in the last 200 metres, Pete Stevenard from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So Steve Schnagel was the winner in this event last year, not in it this year, and it is Quitsau and Greskoviak going down to the line. What has Greskoviak got in the last 50 metres? It is still the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Quitsau, who led by .23 at the 500, who is in front, and they head down to the line. So it's going to be a win for Sydney Rowing Club from Capital Lake, Steve Greskoviak. And then Rod Stewart, can he hang on here? He's an eye sculler in this G event, so rowing up, he is going to claim bronze from Pete Stevenard of Lake Macquarie. Robert Tiley from Leichhardt is going to finish in 5th place. 6th will be Armadale's Michael Robinson, and then St George's Paul Wilkinson comes through in 7th.
And racing underway is race 121, the men's C double scull. The current title holder is a composite of Mossman and Newcastle of Smith and Goldstein. In lane 3 is Lake Macquarie's composite of Gareth Salkeed and Jeremy Smith. In lane 4 you have Newcastle's John Olsen and Bill Todd. In lane 5 you got a Drummoyne composite in Newcastle of Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein, the title holders. And in lane 6 you have Leichhardt's Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh.
Yeah, so Andrew Goldstein, he won't mind me saying it, he is the defending champion in this event, and it was Mossman and Newcastle. Well, he made the switch to Drummoyne this season. My understanding was it was a little bit far from him on the south side of the bridge to get to Mossman, so he made the switch to Drummoyne this season, and he is with Brad Smith, who I was lucky enough to row with in the B double a little bit earlier on today, and Brad, he's just come out of the D quad, where they picked up a silver medal, and he's straight back down the course and into this one. So Drummoyne and Newcastle in lane 5, leading at the 500. That combination, Gareth Sorkeld and Jeremy Smith, they're a very strong combination as well. 2 really, really big guys, and this is where they're going to get motoring through the middle of the course. Former Australian under-23 representative Gareth is. John Olsen and Bill Todd sitting back there in 4th from Newcastle. Leichhardt's McKenzie and McHugh in the bronze medal position. So can Newcastle get themselves 3 spots on the podium. They're going to have to produce something here. John Olsen and Bill Todd at the back end of this one. The Leichhardt crew is a D crew, remembering, so they're rowing up as well. Here they go. They're coming down to the line. A couple of Newcastle composites. It is Goldstein and Smith, Sorkeld and Smith as well. So we've got Jeremy and Brad Smith, no relation of course, and it is the defending champions who are in front with 100 metres to travel. Leichhardt sitting in the bronze medal position, Newcastle further back in fourth, and it is the Lake Macquarie Newcastle combination trying to really lift it up at the back end, but it is going to be the defending champions. Different club for Andrew Goldstein, but it's the same result this year in the men's C double. They claim the state title. Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein, Gareth Sorkeld and Jeremy Smith with the silver medal, and then Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh win bronze. John Olsen and Bill Todd in fourth place.
And we are now awarding race 119, the women's D single scull. In bronze, Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald. Congratulations. In silver, UTS's Christine Phillips. And the gold medal winner from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Congratulations to the winners of race 119, the women's D single scull.
So we've got the final race here before the lunch break. So we've got a 50-minute break, and we've got the mixed A to C. Now, I'm pretty sure this is 2 events here. Or is it? No, I'm thinking they have combined this event, and there are handicaps, so it is going to be just the one race. So that's certainly the case. Balmain over on the far side. They're off 16 seconds. They're a B crew. Uni of New South Wales, North Shore, St George Composite. They are a D crew. They're off 9 seconds. Manning River are an F crew. They're off go. Drummoyne Composite. Maybe it is all Drummoyne in lane 6. They're an F crew. They're also off go. So some handicaps in this one. This is going to be, this is going to be interesting rowing. It's a good one to finish before the lunch break, the mixed 8.
Does Newcastle have any plans to put any of these mixed 8s together? Have you tried it out since you're training on together or swapping boats on a Saturday?
Well, you've put me on the spot, Clement, because I bet there's
the secret
talk.
sauce.
No, there's talk about it for Nationals. I just got asked about it because trying to get some more races up. So that's in the works, maybe. So that's hot off the press. I was literally just talking about it before. There wasn't plans for it, but I think there might be now. So we actually rode there's a race up at Taree at the Summer Regatta, the 1K handicapped race based on your grade score, as in your grade score, not your age or master's score. And we raced in that this year. I think got 5th, and then last year came 3rd. So it's not bad when you put that sort of combination together. So maybe it could be a good one for us at Nationals, but it's always tough, isn't it, with a scratch crew? Get in the boat for the first time and see how you go.
Definitely, it's hard enough to get balance in a pure, male or female boat, let alone mixed. Which is why I think it'd be exciting to see a consistent mixed 8 training together with the point of trying to lead this particular event.
Yes, and you can see here, I definitely know this Manning crew. Just having a look at the names here. Looks to be a good crew in this F category. So they're off go. They've got a 9-second gap there over the Uni of New South Wales composite. Balmain are going to go off 16 seconds. So they're still waiting there at the start line. And they're away now. So it did look like they were waiting there for a bit longer than that. But they'll have to try and pull it back here. Balmain Rowing Club. So Cozens, Mason, Norton, Smith, Chong, Marshall, Dye and Dubell. As well as Curzonchuk, and then Cox by Kim Bailey, coached by Chris Hartley. Uni of New South Wales, North Shore, St George composite in lane 4. Boland, Wilson, Briones, Tong, Lazaru, Halliday, McEnroe, and Lazaru. Now that, I'm pretty sure, is the crew that won the men's A, B, 4 yesterday. They are coxed by Angela Zheng. So they're going to be moving, and you can already see them moving up here. Manning River, Johnson, Hawke, Herbert, Patterson, Deacon, Cavill, Dobbs and Edwards, coxed by Ava Falzon. And then Drummoyne in lane number 6. Shanahan, Hayworth, Egan, Page, Hamilton, Collins, Austin and Lau, coxed by Kelly Marsh. So just having a quick glance there, Clement, I would say Uni of New South Wales Composite are going to be very, very hard to beat in this one. And already they've hauled back 9 seconds almost on the top 2 crews.
I agree. It's very rare to see someone row down a handicap, and it looks like at the 250 that they're already successfully doing that.
Well, they've done it in half the race here. They've pulled back 9 seconds in about 500 metres. Balmain not quite having the same kind of effectiveness in pulling back their handicap. So look at that. It's half a second. Now, if you're thinking, well, close here, last 500 metres, well, yeah, Uni of New South, who are in second based on that 500, they've already pulled back 9 seconds. So here they go. They've already rode through Manning River. They've gone through the Drummoyne-Leichhardt combination. And Mike gives a chance to go and do this medal presentation here for the men's G single. The bronze medalist from Melbourne, Rod Stewart. The silver medalist from Capital Lake, Steve Greskoviak. And the gold medalist from Sydney, Carl Quitzow. So congratulations to those guys. And medal presentation for the men's C double. Well, we've got them there. The bronze medalists from Leichhardt, Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh. No, we'll wait for that. We'll wait for that because they're just getting themselves sorted. So out in front, it is Uni of New South Wales, North Shore, St George Composite crew. Manning River are holding off the Drummoyne crew, who are in the bronze medal position at the moment. And there's 100 metres left to travel. This Uni of New South Wales Composite, it's a very good, sweet combination in this D Composite crew. Number of very strong rowers in that boat. As I said, 4 of the men in this one were part of that AB4 victory yesterday morning. Manning River looking to hold off Drummoyne here at the back end. They've probably got maybe half a boat length. Drummoyne are coming at them though, but it's a long way to pull back in 50 metres. So it will be Manning River Rowing Club who are going to claim the silver medal. Fist pumps all round for the Uni of New South Wales Composite. They claim this mixed A to C, D to F8. Manning in silver, Drummoyne in bronze, Balmain in 4th. All right, medal presentation now for the men's C double. In 3rd place from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh. 2nd place and silver medalist from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith, and from Newcastle Rowing Club, Gareth Sorkeld. And the gold medalists, the defending champions, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Andrew Goldstein, and from Newcastle Rowing Club, Brad Smith. So different club for the Panda. It's got the same result in the men's C double. There's a nice photo. And that wraps it up, Clement, for the this 2nd session of the New South Wales Masters for 2025. And we've got one more session to go and then we're all done and dusted.
Until next week.
That's right, until the Nationals next week here in Sydney. So thanks for your company for this session. We are going to be back in about 50 minutes for the women's G double, which is going to take place at 1:40. Racing resumes here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Thank you for watching.
And we have resumed racing after the lunch break, and it appears to be the women's double scull, Heat 1, the progression first 4 through to the final. So we have in lane 3, Black Mountain's Pam Nash. Lane 4, Glebes, Jenny McEwen. And Mika Kelly. In lane 5, North Shore, Trish McMeekin and Carolyn Boyce. Lane 6, Newcastle, Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. And in lane 7, Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. And it does look like the Black Mountain crew of Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson are holding a very handy lead coming into the last 200 metres. Indeed it is. It's the Black Mountain crew of Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson who have brought it right back. The progression is the first 4 through to the final a little bit later on this afternoon. Newcastle's Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders are also just got the rating down a little bit as they come in. It's the first 4, so I don't think they'll be too troubled. Only one of these crews to miss out, and it appears that the North Shore crew of Trish McMeekin and Carolyn Boyce will be that crew. But coming down to the line now, going down to the line, it will be the Black Mountain crew of Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson, followed by Newcastle, Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders, Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell, and Glebes, Jenny McEwen and Mika Kelly. And just coming in to complete the field will be North Shore's Trick McMeekin and Carolyn Boyce. Certainly have brought their fan club with them this afternoon. We're moving straight on to Heat 2 of the Women's G Double Scull. And it is St George Composite in lane 3, Julia Wood and Christine McCready. That's a Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club in the UK and Christine McCready from the deep south of New South Wales, St George. Lane 4, ANU Composite, Anne Charlton and from Canberra Rowing Club and Sue Donoghue. In lane 5, Newcastle's Sharon Butler and Sue Brown. Lane 6, Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. And in lane 7, Black Mountain, Ute Wigener and Mary Bonney. And it does look from our vantage point that it could be that St George Composite crew. It's a very handy combination of Julia Wood and Christine McCready coming down towards the 500 metre mark. And they look to hold a fairly sizable lead over the rest of the group. But we'll see when we get through the 500 metre markers how they are all placed. And they're going through now, and certainly they're holding about a length and a half advantage over Endeavour. And it will be Black Mountain and Newcastle following closely behind and a little bit further back to ANU Canberra. Once again, only one of these crews missing out on a position in the final. We just have a slight crosswind this afternoon. That shouldn't be causing the crews too much of a problem. Just getting a little bit of protection over there in the lanes 1, 2, 3, as you can see by the flat plates on the water. But really, there's not much of a breeze, across the course to cause too much hassle. But it is this very experienced crew of Julia Wood and Christine McCready, who have now opened up about another length, but have brought it right down. So they're obviously conserving a little bit of energy. Just staying in front of the Endeavour crew of Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. The race will really be on for that last position. So wrong way around, so as not to be in the last position. That only one crew here to miss out. And at the moment, it's very even across the field for those 3 crews. So that's the ANU Composite, the Newcastle and Black Mountain crews. So they will be having a bit of a look about now and thinking they've got to do whatever they've got to do to try to get into that fourth position and avoid the elimination from the final. But no problems whatsoever for Julia Wood and Christine McCready. They've really got the rating under control here. Looking very compact in their movement, very flat in the draw. It's just about the flow in the boat. Look over in the Endeavour crew of Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. Also probably just backed it off a little bit. But the race really is on now, and it's going to be tight for this last position in this boat, this race. So the last qualifying position. And it looks like all crews are now putting in a bit of an effort. The Black Mountain crew looks to have done the most at this stage and have pulled a little bit of a gap over the other two crews. But the Canberra Composite crew really pushing hard to try to get back into that fourth place. But it will be that St George Composite crew crossing the line to take first. It is the Endeavour crew second. It will be Newcastle Black Mountain coming in third. And it does appear that Newcastle will hold on, but only just, and take out the fourth place and straight through to the final. Yeah, I know that. Oh, sorry. And underway now, we have race 125, the women's HM Quad Scull. This is a final, and we have three crews. In lane 4, Louise McCoach, Jeanette Pendleton, Susan Wannon, and Susan Walter. And they're off a 17-second handicap. They're an H crew, as are the Manning River crew in lane 5, Genevieve Dobbs, Gay Pullen, Kay Pullen, and Kay Smythe. The Kays and the Pullens. They are off 17 seconds. And in lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club's Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian Gollage, and Janny Corrie. And this race is well underway. And as we'd expect, that Canberra crew, and I think we saw in an earlier race where they actually improved on the handicap they had over the next crew. So it's a quality crew, this crew, and obviously spending a bit of time in the boat, which making it pretty tough going for these catching crews. But looking over that North Shore crew, and all the rowers in the North Shore crew have figured in the medals all this weekend. So they're no slouch, and they will be trying to hunt down that difference. And it looks like from the visual that they've cut a long way, a swathe into that early lead of Canberra's, that 17 seconds. But we'll have to wait as we come down to the 500 metre mark, just to see how much they've been able to draw back. So we're joined in the commentary this afternoon by Nathan Birch, who's just having a little kip in anticipation for the big run home this afternoon.
That's correct. I didn't realise we'd start at 140. I apologise profusely.
And it is the Canberra crew that go through that 500 metre mark and 2:14, and we're just waiting to see what the gap is. Remember, it was 17-second handicap, so it'll be interesting to see what the North Shore crew have been able to pull back, but only pull back 4 seconds. So they have a lot of work to do if they're going to pull back Canberra over the last 500 metres. And certainly they've got some good conditions over there and rowing very nicely over there in lane 3. And lane 4, but they're still not making the inroads into this Canberra lead that they'd probably hoped for. And as we come down towards the 250 metre mark, still the Canberra crew will be looking over at the North Shore crew, and they've got the rating up. They've just kicked it up a couple of points, and they're going on the big push. So Canberra have got a lot to do to hold on to this one, I'd say, by the momentum generated in that North Shore boat. Certainly their timing looking really good, but looks like there's just been a response from Canberra. Will it be enough? They've got about a length and a half lead as they come down into the last 200 metres. I don't know. Nathan, it's looking very, very close as we come down into that last
Yeah, it's
bit
going
of
to be close, isn't it? The momentum is with the boat on the far side. The Canberra crew, have they left it just a second to a couple of meters too late? Who knows? It doesn't look like they're going to get there really. The last 50 meters, they're definitely eating into that 16-second handicap. Are they going to get there?
I'm thinking not, Nathan. I'm thinking this Canberra crew has played the perfect race strategy here, and they have held on, and they just had enough left in the tanks to give it that burst over the last 200 metres to ensure that they will go across victors in this women's HM Quad Scull final. Followed closely behind by the always impressive North Shore crew. It's a little way back now to the Manning River crew of Genevieve Dobbs, Kay Pullen, and Kay Smythe. And they're coming down to the line now, and they will come across in third place to round out this field.
And we'll go to the other end of the course, the men's IM8. It's race 126. 3 boats in this. In race 4, in lane 4, there's the North Shore boat of David Kay, Nicholas Sanford, Michael Tyler, Jim Hole, Jeff Warren, Peter Horton, Justin Peters, Jeff Franklin, coxed by Sydney Krieger and coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, the Mossman Black Mountain Sydney Uni composite of Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Philip Winkworth, Richard Martin, James Taylor, John May, John Hardy, and Phil Titterton, coxed by Susie Edwards. And in lane 6, nearest to us, we have the St George, Drummoyne, Leichhardt, Canberra and North Shore composite of Michael College, Nick Dorsch, Timothy Nash, Dave Coles, Roger Bly, Ian Toll, Graham Wern, Lance Reeve, and coxed by Jackie Peel. But great conditions, a little slight crosswind, maybe a tailwind, but nothing to upset the crews. Looks a lovely day. If the sun was to come out, which I highly doubt, it would be perfect.
And probably not a bad time to mention our major event sponsor, Bentley's, and a long-time supporter of Rowing New South Wales. And once again, appreciating all rowers and certainly Rowing New South Wales, appreciating that support that allows us to run these quality events.
So the 8's are underway. It's a handicapped race. So St George Composite are off on the buzzer. North Shore and Mossman are going to have 14 seconds to wait, and they're off now. So the St George Composite probably with an average age of about 83. Racing the two younger boats with an average age of 76, I'd say.
You've got to love it, Nathan, when you're 71 and you're the young person in the boat. So certainly they are, it's great to see the depth of these fields in the I2M racing these days. As I said, just from the start, it's not quite as thrashy at the start. They take a little while to warm up, but once they get moving, they can move these boats very, very efficiently, and we're seeing that. It's a real race on between those Mossman Composite and St George Composite, the North Shore and Mossman Composites trying to overhaul the early starting St George Composite crew, and it looks like they may well have already bitten a fair bit into that 14 seconds. In fact, I think they're almost drawing level now.
Yeah, it looks like the Mossman crew have dragged the North Shore crew along with them, and I think the handicap, the 14-second handicap, has been eaten away within the first minute and a half. It looks like the distinctive red and white stripes of Mossman with the red and black of Black Mountain, and there's even a Sydney Uni rower in there as well somewhere. Overhauled the St George Composite, and away they go. Some very, very experienced rowers in this Mossman crew who've been around, dare I say, for quite some while, but are well used to rowing with each other.
And they, of course, have Susie Edwards as coxswain. Susie is a Sydney University rower and or coxswain from a member, and they're relocated their sheds at the moment because they're doing a lot of work on that shed that they have in Blackwattle Bay. But from memory, I think Susie comes from the Southern Highlands, so it's a big effort to get up here and for these races. On the pontoon now, we have the present medal presentation for the women's HM Quad Scull. And in first place and gold medal winners from Canberra Rowing Club, Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College, Janny Corrie. So please put your hands together and congratulate Canberra Rowing Club champions for New South Wales in the women's HM Quad Scull.
Attention focus back on the lake. Mossman composite. Chopping away towards the finish. Looks quite comfortable for them. North Shore probably 2.5 lengths behind. Looks like it's going to be quite a comfortable win for the Mossman lot. A few of them have got a few gold medals around their necks already this weekend. So Mossman come over the line to take the win in the men's I and M8. The time of 4:07.57. North Shore comes second, some 10.28 seconds behind. And then St. George Composite, the more experienced boat in the race, will finish third.
And as we move up to the start for race 127, this is one of the premier races of the regatta. It's the men's C8, so always a lot of action and a lot of speed in the men's C8. In lane 2 we have North Shore, Andy Jeffries, Dylan Sherman, Nick O'Brien, Jeffrey Beer, George Hudd, Andrew Simpson, George Lauterton, Tom Payton and coxswain Jane Kavanagh. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Clubs, Mark Bidner, Stuart Cowap, Patrick O'Connor, Carl Quitzow, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade, Rob McNeil and coxswain Bradley Wooten. Lane 4 is Glebe Rowing Clubs, James Wentworth, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan, Balaz Hansel, Tim Spiteri, Maximus Jones, Tony Rogers, Hugo Webster and Rachel Bozza is the coxswain. Lane 5, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Martin Emery, Marcus Wilson, Rob Koskar, Tom Allen, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farah, James Dupre, Charles Buzzcott and coxswain Ruth Kelly. Lane 6, Newcastle Rowing Club, Brad Smith, Chris Keats, Bill Todd, John Olsen, Gareth Salkeed, AJ Rooney, Ben Homer, Jack Handley and Conrad Bond is their coxswain. In lane 7, Mossman Rowing Club, Scott Beachley, Andrew Hourigan, Timothy Worth, Lachlan Evans, Ian Allsop, Robert Giblin, Cameron Dinny, Justin Hooker and Michael Rasmussen is coxswain and coach. And they're sitting at the line ready to go. So this is a very quality field today, and I know a lot of these competitors have figured in the medals across the weekend. Particularly I look down the Sydney, Leichhardt, Mossman and Glebe crews, and certainly I shared a lot of medals between them in racing so far. And they're away in the men's C8, and the Mossman crew has got away to a flyer, as have the Sydney crew. So it's going to be, it's where all the action's going to be. But we look a bit further across, and Leichhardt also off to a cracker of a start. Seemed to be got the better of some of the other crews, but it is really at the moment it's that Mossman, Leichhardt, Sydney are really been very quick off the start, and we've coming down about the first 250 metres and starting to sort themselves out now. The action does look to be in the middle of the field, though. That the Leichhardt crew does appear that it might have a slight disadvantage, but we'll have to wait till we get closer to the 500 metres to get a full picture of what is actually happening there. As we look across, we've got the vision on the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Once again, they've done a lot of work. Now, they've just got a little bit of a lead over the North Shore crew at the moment, but it does look, if we're looking at the panning camera, it does look like the Leichhardt crew has the advantage coming into the 500 metre mark. There's not much in it, Nathan, but there is certainly Leichhardt crew going across first. It is at Sydney and then the Mossman. So there's absolutely nothing in it as we come down to the 500 metre mark. So it was Leichhardt indeed going through that first, Mossman 0.27 behind, Sydney 2.5 behind that, and Newcastle. So within 4 seconds, we've got most of the field coming through the 500 metres. So it's going to be a cracker of a finish.
This is going to be very close here, I think. Great starts from Mossman and Leichhardt. I think the Sydney boat was in the running, but they've been dropped, been caught napping on the start maybe there. So they've got a bit to do in the final 500 metre, but Leichhardt and Mossman are flying down the course at the moment. I think Leichhardt will have pushed on a bit there by the looks of things. Well, let's wait and see as they come into the last 300 metres of the race.
Yeah, well, certainly the Sydney crew, as you said, Nathan, a bit tardy off the start there, but they've got it wound up now. I don't know if they're going to have the room to get these boats are moving quickly. So it is Leichhardt holding the ascendancy at the moment with the Mossman crew over on this side, pushing out hard. Sydney crew coming home like a train, but will they have left their run a little bit too late? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I know there's some big guys in the Sydney crew. They're starting to wind it up now. The Leichhardt are hanging on. In fact, Newcastle are coming back on Mossman as well. Newcastle are absolutely storming back in this last 100 metres. Let's have a look, see where it goes. Have Sydney done enough and taken over Mossman? Doesn't look like it. Newcastle are coming. It's very close. Leichhardt take it. Mossman. Then it's going to be Newcastle third and Sydney fourth there. North Shore. And then we'll take the Glebe boat. Great race though. Leichhardt take it in a time of 3:12.77, just 0.43 of a second behind Mossman. Newcastle are storming back off of the race there to take bronze medal, and Sydney 0.8 seconds behind them in fourth. North Shore and Glebe round out the rest of the field.
As we move up to the start for race 128, the men's G coxless 4. And in this race we have in lane 3, North Shore, Mel Gillespie, Stefan Kerr, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. Lane 4, Leichhardt, Steve Duff, Dean Patterson, Timothy Tyndale and Tim Clare. In lane 5, Manning River, Graham Nix, Colin Bruce, Murray Doust and Paul Hawke. In lane 6, University of New South Wales, Matthew Feon, Bill Moyes, Neil Peppett and Derek Heath. And in lane 7, Mossman's Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery and Bruce Begbie.
Yeah, just pushing off the pontoon now. Well, the winners of the men's Ironman 8 Mossman Composite. It's Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Philip Winkworth, Richard Martin, James Taylor, John May, John Hardy and Phil Titton, coxed by Susie Edwards. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's IM 8 Mossman.
And we're now well underway in this men's G coxless 4. And it does appear that the Manning River crew is out to a bit of a flyer at the start of this race, and look to have a handy lead over the other crews that we can see at the moment. So we'll preface that by saying at the moment we can't see what's happening in lane 6 and 7, but certainly Manning River going through the 500 metre mark with a fairly comfortable lead over the North Shore crew. So it will be Mossman following them through. So it's a little bit of a gap. So holding about a length and a half over Manning River, holding a half over North Shore, about another length back to Mossman, a length back to Leichhardt, and a little bit further back to University of New South Wales. So looking a little bit untroubled at the moment, but I think that the North Shore crew will have a good sprint on them, so they could come back into play as we come down closer to the line. Yeah, just a bit of wandering around the Manning River crew, wandering around the lane a little bit. They're a little bit on the boys this time. They did tell me an earlier race they had the same problem coming to bow side. And so they said it only seemed to happen when they got over rating 40. So I suppose the advice there was keep it under 40.
We have the same problem in our boat, to be honest. Yeah. But then again, we don't really kind of rate over 40.
Yeah, absolutely. But Mossman now also look like they've got a bit of a momentum in the boat as well. And they're coming home back at that North Shore crew. Just got a little bit messy there for a couple of strokes in the North Shore crew, but seem to have recovered now and are back on their thing. But no stopping this Manning River crew. They are looking very polished as they come down to the last 100 metres. They're in the red boys. They would be looking out and saying, oh, there's that grandstand, there's the podium, we'll be on that soon. And here they come, down to the line. And a great row by this Manning River crew who've led from start to finish. You can put the glasses down. They are winners here, and we'll go ahead to take the win in the men's G coxless 4, followed by Mossman, who have had a great last 500 and overtaken North Shore to take second. And it will be Leichhardt in fourth, and followed by Uni of New South.
We'll turn our attention to the medals podium, where we'll award gold and silver for the men's 8. In second position, from Mossman, Scott Beachley, Andrew Horrigan, Tim Worth, Lockie Evans, Ian Allsop, Robin Giblin, Cameron Dinney, and Justin Hooker. Coxed by Michael Rasmussen. And the winners of the men's C8 retain their title: Leichhardt, Martin Emery, Marcus Wilson, Rob Coxcar, Tom Allen, Thomas Newsom, Benjamin Farah, James Dupree, Charles Buzzacott, Ruth Kelly Cox. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's C8, Leichhardt.
And Nathan, we're moving out onto the course for race 129, just the two competitors in the women's C pair. We have North Shore, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong in lane 4, and Glebes Heidi Lindahl and Belindy Rowe in lane 5. So it was the North Shore crew leading very slightly through the 500 metre mark. Looked like they might have got about a half length up on the Glebe crew as they've extended that lead coming over the next 100 or so metres. But little way to go in this race, so all the work to be done, it would appear, by the glebe crew, and they look to be a little bit struggling a little bit for form here as they come down here. I think they're looking extremely tired. They've done a lot of races this weekend. Heidi particularly I've seen in any number of races, so probably feeling the pinch a little bit, and coming down towards the line, have just let the North Shore crew just get a little bit probably too far in front to allow them to put on a challenge. But certainly this North Shore crew have got the rating up very high, coming down to the line and holding about a length and a half's advantage over the glebe crew. And it will be North Shore going across the line to take out the C pair.
And just a belated shout out there to the Newcastle crew who came late to the pontoon. They were the bronze medal winners in the men's C8. And we have at the medal pontoon the bronze, silver and gold for the men's G coxless 4. Bit of a trot on there to get to the podium from the North Shore crew. The men's G coxless 4 in bronze medal position. North Shore's Mel Gillespie, Stephen Kerr, Eric Luck, and Chris Walsh. From Mossman, in silver medal position, Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery, and Bruce Begbie. And retaining their title for the men's G coxless 4, Manning Rivers' Graham Nix, Colin Bruce, Murray Doist, and Paul Hawke. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's G coxless 4 Manning River. Do you want to do the girls as well? Yeah, do the girls. Of course, yeah. And hugs all round from the North Shore crew as we will celebrate the winners of the women's C pair. So in front of a raucous crowd, the winners of the women's C pair from North Shore Rowing Club, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's C pair North Shore.
And Nathan, we've had a little bit of a break while the between the heat and the final of the women's G double scull. It's due to start at 2:40, and I'm not seeing anybody on the starting blocks just yet, but I imagine they'll be moving around very soon. We can see them milling around behind the starters blocks. I'll just run through the crew list. In Lane 1, Glebe Rowing Club's Jenny McEwen and Mika Kelly. In Lane 2, Black Mountain, Ute Wegner and Mary Bonney. Lane 3, Newcastle Rowing Club's Susan Kemp and Phoebe Sanders. In Lane 4, St George Composite, Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club and Christine McCready from St George Rowing Club. In Lane 5, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. In Lane 6, Endeavour, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. In Lane 7, Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. And in Lane 8, Newcastle Rowing Club's Sharon Butler and Sue Brown. And we're just seeing them starting to come around now, so I want to get a bit of a move on. We've only got 5 minutes before the race starts, so no doubt there'll be some movement at the start, getting those crews organised. So Nathan, we've been a bit lucky with the weather today. We certainly have avoided the rain that was predicted, and the wind came in for a short while.
Yeah, I've been speaking to people back in Sydney, and it's my daughter's sports events today have been called off because of the rain. So yeah, we've been lucky, I think. It's kept dry, relatively dry out here today. We've seen an awful lot of weather this weekend. The fog of yesterday morning, the beautiful sunshine in the afternoon, and the wind got up yesterday afternoon. But actually, today's been pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, so the great thing about the Sydney International Regatta Centre is that it is very rarely that you have a very bad day weather-wise out here. You know, at times we can see up the track now, there's a little bit of still water over the other side and a little bit of wind on this side, but it's not enough to make any difference to the results or give anybody any advantage. So it's a particularly fair course on 95% of days.
Yeah, I think it's very, very seldom that. I think I've only ever seen the racing suspended because of wind, but that's in 20 years of me being here, it's few and far between.
And of course, yeah, we front up again in 2 weeks' time for the Australian Masters Nationals. They start on the Thursday, and a very big event. And we would expect a lot of entries, and one of the highlights being the interstate races on the Saturday morning for a change. They're normally either lunchtime or in the afternoon, so that in itself is an interesting change.
And I'm right in thinking you've got some skin in the game in that.
Yeah, just a little bit, Nathan. Just a little bit. I'm coaching the quad, and we're going okay. We've been doing a fair bit of on-water work, and we've had some good turns of speed, over the weekend. So we're quite happy with where we are at the moment.
Well, that's good. Good luck to them. I know a few of them. I shall be racing and commentating, I'm sure, that weekend as well.
Just a call out, an urgent call out for return of bow numbers. So they're running out of bow numbers, and we've still got quite a number of events to go. So if you can have a look around your boat trailer, your boats, and see if you can track down some bow numbers and get them back to the bow number station in the next 5 or 10 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. And they're away in this race, the final of the women's G double scull. And we've got very early stage at this point in time, but I would imagine there'll be a fair bit of action in the middle of the course there with the St George Composite, Newcastle and Black Mountain Cruise. And we're looking across panning across the back of the field now, and that's indeed what we're seeing. So it'll be a very tight race, I'd imagine. There's some quality crews in this race. And of course, the St George Composite crew, which is Christine McCready from St George and Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club in the UK. So some well-travelled competitors in that crew alone. And as we span across the field now, it does look like the crew of St George Composite crew of Julia Wood and Christine McCready and Black Mountains, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson are going for it at the front of the field, but it will be the St George Composite crew just crossing with about 1.5 second advantage over Black Mountain. So a little way back now to the Endeavour and and Newcastle crews, Black Mountain and Glebe. So at the moment, so St George went across the 500 in a time of 2:06, followed by Black Mountain at 1.71, 6 seconds back to the Endeavour, and another second and a half back to Newcastle. So at the moment, these two crews look like to be not going to be challenged too much from the remainder of the field, but the St George Composite crew now have just put on a little bit of a push. Now I think that's worked out well for them, and they might have just come up and got another half a length, but Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson are very, very experienced, and they're not going to let St George Exeter combination get away with it that easy, and have certainly wound the rating up a couple of points, and are heading for home as we come down towards the 250 metre mark. Just a little bit further back now. It looks like we're missing the Lake Macquarie crew, but the Endeavour crew of Chris Brennan and Diane McShane, and the Newcastle crew of Suzanne Kemp and Phoebe Sanders look to be fighting out for that third position. But it does look like the Black Mountain crew has made some inroads into the lead of the St George Composite crew. I don't know if they're going to have enough. They've got about a length now, but certainly have a little bit of boat speed as they come into towards the Red Boys. But it does look like the St George Composite crew has their medal. They are just holding him off, but they're still coming, the Black Mountain crew, and they've really got some speed now and coming over the top of the St George Exeter Composite crew. Will they have enough room to do this? They've certainly got more than overlap now. They're more than half a length, less than half a length down. They are coming home. It is going to be very, very close. And St George will have to really dial it up a cog, but it does look like they have done just enough to hold off the fast finishing Black Mountain crew, and will take the win in the women's G double scull ahead of Black Mountain. It's absolute neck and neck for third place. And it does look like, from where we sit, it looks like just on the stroke, the Endeavour crew will just beat home Newcastle. So Black Mountain and Newcastle crews just coming across the line to round out this field.
We'll go back to the top of the course. We're already underway. It's the men's F pair. On the far side, we've got David Lees and Matthew Bayfield from the University of New South Wales. In lane 4, St George Glebe Composite of Kenneth Major and Steve Harrison. In lane 5 from Armidale, we've got Richard Pursley and Hugh Dowick. And in lane 6 from North Shore, Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson. Crews are away. Already looks like the field is spreading out slightly. It does look like the St George Composite of Kenneth Major and Steve Harrison have got a lead already within the first minute across the other crews. From this angle, it looks like Armidale are in second, and there's not much between North Shore and University of New South Wales on either side of the lanes. But only a minute and a half into it. We'll see how they fare at the halfway point. And as they come through, St George Glebe's Major and Harrison are about a boat length, almost a boat length in front of Armidale's Percy and Dowick. It's the North Shore of Ott and Johnson, some 6 seconds behind, and then NSW with just a canvas behind them. It looks like the St George Glebe boat well in control of this. A nice relaxed stroke there, moving the boat well. But the Armadale crew, they haven't been able to shake the Armadale crew off. In fact, the Armadale crew look like they're responding now. See if they can, in the last 250 meters, claw back some of this 2.5 second gap. And it does look like they've got some momentum behind them coming into the last 150 meters. The Armadale crew in the red boat, the orange bucket hats. With a lot of experience in this St. George Glebe pair, kept an eye on them. They've just increased the stroke rate, lengthened out, they're keeping them off. So Major and Harrison are going to cross with a length and a half advantage to win. Armadale put up a good fight there in an admirable second position. And looks like the North Shore boat of Ott and Johnson will take bronze medal. And fourth goes to UNSW.
We're just about to go ahead with the medal presentation for the Women's G Double Scull. Before we do that, we will just call out the starters for race 132, the Women's D Coxes 4. In lane 2, Black Mountain, Jenny Simmons, Kerry Hughes, Tracy Fenwick and Colleen Chapman. In lane 3, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Anne Skilton, Emma Hutchinson, Erin Kelly and Cecile Ferrer. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, M. Barrick, Nikki Lepresti and Daniela Bourget. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Karen Takato, Janine Donovan, Kirsten Lilquist and Kim Small. In lane 6, UTS, Monique Henke, Alison Davies, Belinda Sack and Jennifer Luff. And in lane 7, Glebe Rowing Clubs, Mika Zuzak, Raquel Bozza, Sarah Norris and Kate Wareham. So moving back down to the pontoon for the presentation of medals for the Women's G Double Scull. And in third place and bronze medalists from Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan and Diane McShane. In second place and silver medalists, Pamela Nash and Jeanette Gasson. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025 in the Women's G Double Scull, St George Composite, Julia Wood, Exeter Rowing Club and Christine McCready, St George Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's G Double Scull.
And we have already underway race 132, the Women's D Coxes 4. The current title holders being Mossman North Shore. On the far side, though, is Black Mountain's Jenny Simpson, Kerry Hughes, Tracy Fenwick, Colleen Chapman. In lane 3 from Glebe, we've got Anne Skilton, Emma Hutchinson, Erin Kelly, and Cecile Fair. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Nikki Lepresti, and Daniela Bogut. In lane 5 from Sydney, Karen Taccardo, Janine Donovan, Kirstine Lindquist and Kim Small. In lane 6 from UTS, Monique Henke, Alison Davis, Belinda Sack and Jennifer Luff. And in lane 7 from Glebe, Mika Zuzak, Rachel Bozza, Sarah Norris and Kate Wareham.
And we're looking from the umpire's camera at the moment, and the Leichhardt crew, as far across as we can see, the Leichhardt crew has got a bit of a jump, but it does appear that they've gone out with the UTS crew over on this side of the course. So it looks like it would where the battle will be. Just looking back in the field, though, the Glebe crew in lane 3 has just taken a almost right angle bend and gone across their lane, but they've corrected again now with a little help from the umpire and are back on the straight and narrow. But it does appear as they come through the 500 metre mark, it's the Leichhardt crew holding a slight advantage of 1.66 seconds over the UTS crew, and Sydney going through just 3.5 seconds behind them. It's now coming through with Glebe, and it will be the other Glebe crew and Black Mountain going through the 500 metres to complete the field. But it certainly is on for all up at the front here. It's Leichhardt holding a slight advantage over the UTS crew coming into the last 400 metres. Certainly both crews looking very clean in these great rowing conditions, Nathan.
Yeah, it's going to be a close race, this. Very close indeed. Leichhardt, Macquarie, Composite and UTS. There's 1.66 separated them at the halfway mark. Looks like that gap is being eroded even further. And we'll see how it goes in the last 250 metres. And both crews pushing hard in this coxless 4 event. On this angle, it still looks like the St. George Glebe boat have got the noses in front. Sorry, the Leichhardt Macquarie boat have got their noses in front of UTS. And they are coaxing this boat silky smooth. Some good run there. Just to the finish. Last 5 strokes. As they cross the line. Leichhardt Lake Macquarie Composite in a time of 3:46.49. Second UTS. And over the line we have Sydney, who finished 3rd. Glebe sorted their steering out, finishes 4th. And then it's going to be close. Who's going to take line honours now? Glebe versus Black Mountain. It's just Glebe that takes it. Yeah.
We're moving over to the medal presentation for the Men's F-Pair Championship of New South Wales. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, North Shore Rowing Club, Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson. In 2nd place and silver medalists, Armidale Rowing Club, Richard Percy and Hugh Dowick. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, St George Composite, Ken Major, Glebe Rowing Club and Steve Harrison, St George Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Men's F-Pair Championship of New South Wales.
And on the start line for race 133, it's the men's H single scull. On the far side from Lake Macquarie, we have Peter Armstrong. In lane 3 from Glebe, Mark Tijin. In lane 4 from Des Moines, Richard Jones. In lane 5 from ANU, we have Peter McCartney. In lane 6 from Melbourne, we have Rodney Stewart. In lane 7 from Newcastle, Peter Kemp. In lane 8 from Des Moines, Branko Kovacic. And in lane 9 from Black Mountain, we have Richard Martin.
And this is an absolute quality field, Nathan, isn't it? And we've seen a lot of these racing over the last couple of days, and certainly one of those standouts is Rodney Stewart, but there'll be no plain sailing for him in this race, I wouldn't think.
I've been told not to make references to any 90s pop stars that may or may not share a name with Mr. Rodney Stewart. But they're off. It's a mixture of H and I rowers here. It's looked to be a bit of a Slow start there in the middle of the field for ANU's Peter McCartney. He seems to have got himself together again, but off they go. They're all old hands at this.
It does appear like we're missing lane 2.
That's right. Roy Halliday from Manning River is a scratch, yeah.
But certainly this is a quality field, and it will be a tough race for all in it. And to be this late in the afternoon on the last day of racing, we've still got this quality of racing happening. We've got a bit of carnage out here in the out the front of the medal pontoon, but out on the course, nothing like that. And it's certainly a very clean start. Probably a couple that being left a little bit behind. Maybe the over on the lanes 8 and 9, maybe falling back a little bit. Branko Kovacic and Richard Martin, but certainly the glebe sculler Mark Tejan, very experienced in this racing. Peter Armstrong over in lane 1, and the other scullers in the middle of the field. Richard Jones, Peter McCartney, and Rodney Stewart, certainly right up there.
Yeah, there's a good representation across ACT and Victoria, obviously, as well as New South Wales. So it has attracted some talent who's out there at the moment. It does look like the glebe rower, Mark DeJean, might have his nose in front as they come up to the 500 metre mark. And the time has come through. It is, in fact, the glebe rower, Mark DeJean, followed by Rodney Stewart from Melbourne, some 2 seconds behind. Then Peter McCartney, 2.5 seconds behind him. Richard Martin is in 4th, followed by Richard Jones, then Peter Armstrong, and just a smidgen behind that in 6th. And then we have Peter Kemp coming off the pace somewhat. And finally, we have Branko Kovacic, who seems to be a touch exhausted after the racing he's done this weekend as well.
Yeah, and look, I think what we've seen from Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney is that they're, with about 300 metres to go, they're well and truly in the hunt for this medal here, and just says a lot for coming out here and rowing this regatta in the lead up to the Nationals. The water is a little bit, so the course is a little bit slower than what it probably has been for whatever reason, and so that's going to certainly be have an effect on those crews coming up for the Nationals. It certainly is a close race at the moment, and does look like those two rowers, Peter McCartney and Rod Stewart, are coming home very strongly.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a close finish. There's 3 scullers in this. Mark DeJean in from Glebe in lane 3, Peter McCartney in lane 5, and Rod Stewart in lane 6. In the bright blue and navy blue boat. Is he rowing down the glebe sculler? I think so. He's got a strong finish.
He's coming home very quickly, Nathan. Yeah. And Mark Tejan not actually seeming to react to the fast finishing Rod Stewart over in this lane, and he's got to do a lot of work now, Mark, to try to pick that boat up over the last 10 or 15 strokes. But it is Rod Stewart who's just rowed right past Mark Tejan, and he will take out this win in a great row, and goes in to take nearly a length out of Mark's lead in the last 10, 15, 20 strokes. It will be Peter McCartney from ANU that comes in 3rd place. Back over here to Richard Martin from Black Mountain in 4th. Way on the other side, it will be Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong, followed by Richard Jones, Peter Kemp from Newcastle, and Branko Kovacic.
The excitement of racing. We've missed the medal presentations for UTS and Sydney. The bronze medal went to Karen Takato, Janine Donovan, Kirsten Lindquist and Kim Small from Sydney. And the silver medal went to UTS's Monique Hankey, Alison David, Belinda Sack and Jennifer Luff. Congratulations to both the Sydney crew and the UTS crew for silver and bronze medal position in the D coxless 4.
And moving right along, Nathan, we're up to race 134 for the weekend. The Women's F8 Championship for New South Wales. This is the final. In lane 2, we have the North Shore Composite. Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Mary Walsh, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Samet, Julie Wass, and Kelly Marsh Coxon. In lane 3, North Shore, Judy Tanner, Gillian Hawkey, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Sarah Dennis, Bryony Short, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, and Jennifer Pollock is their coxswain. In lane 4, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Jodie Panagopoulos, Sky Smith, Marcella Cox, Bridget Austin, Alex Warner, Helen Burton, Katrina Brangwin, and Rowena Stewart with Julie Ann Huang coxswain. In lane 5, Manning River Composite, Sue Edwards, Katrina Whiteley, Catherine James, Amanda Cavill, Jane Ferguson Palmer, Sasha Tchaikovsky, Virginia Van Uwick, Prudence Deacon, and Jackie Peel is their coxswain. North Shore, Susan Walters, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Jane Kavanagh, and as their coxswain, Sydney University Composite, Catherine Maxwell, Jilly Hanna, Mika Kelly, Louise McCauley, Penelope Wass, Margaret Curtis, Jane Boland, Emma Smith, and Susie Edwards is their coxswain. And in lane 8, North Shore's Sandy Schul, Sarah Hall, Penny Morris, Carolyn Reid, Julie Baum, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, and Signe Krieger is their coxswain. And Nathan, just a special call out, the coxswain of the Drummoyne boat, Jules Huang, coxswained her very first race today and in an 8 on this course, and coming down again in this one, managed to stay off the buoys, so a very, very happy coxswain.
That's okay, it's better than we did this morning, so congratulations to her. And at the pontoon, we have the men's H single scull medal winners. Yeah.
And through the 500 metre mark in this women's F8 final, we have North Shore crews, North Shore, North Shore, North Shore. So the third one being the composite with Leichhardt, followed by Drummoyne, another North Shore crew, Manning River composite, and Sydney University Glebe composite. So, but it is the crew of in lane 6 who look like they've absolutely streeted this field. They are 2 lengths up, coming down towards the 250 metre mark. But while we're at, we'll quickly go across to the medal presentation for the men's H single. And in third place, and bronze medalist from ANU, Peter McCartney. And in second place, and silver medalist from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tijan. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025 Melbourne Rowing Club's Rodney Stewart. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Men's H Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. We return to the racing, and it is this, well, it is an absolute North Shore whitewash of this race. At the moment, the only one that looks like they could get into the figure in these results is Drummoyne, but this crew out in front now, a very polished crew from North Shore in lane 6. Probably got 2 lengths lead over the rest of the field, and they will cross the line to take a very good win. It will be the North Shore crew in lane 8 coming across in second place, followed by the North Shore Composite crew, North Shore crew in lane 3 in 3rd place. It will be Drummoyne just to break up the North Shore stranglehold, coming across in 4th. It does look like another Composite crew will come across. North Shore crew will now come across for 5th. Sydney University Composite, Manning River Composite, then followed by the Sydney University Composite crew. As we said before, the racing comes quick and fast at the New South Wales Rowing Championships for Masters. It's race 135, the men's E-Quad Scull. Current title holds the St George Leichhardt Glebe, or at least for the next 3.5 minutes. As we come, the crew's coming down the field. St George in lane 3, Eton Granius Ramos, Christopher Jones, Cromwell Olivia and Alan Robertson. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd, Sean Donzo, Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. In lane 5, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Andrew McKenzie, Terry Bridges, Frank McHugh and Richard Medway. In lane 6, Shoalhaven's Bradley Sewell, Olivia Radich, Stuart Drury and Mark Whitaker. And in lane 7, Manning Rivers, Nick Johnson, Murray Doust, Glenn Herbert and Rhett Patterson. And we've seen a number of these crews competitors coming down just in the last 3 or 4 hours. So there's going to be some very, very tied bods out there. But it is the Leichhardt crew, and they've gone through the 500 metre mark with about a half a length lead over the St George, followed by Shoalhaven, Manning River and Lake Macquarie. But absolutely nothing in it, Nathan, for those all the places.
It's going to be very quick. You know, there's only kind of 4 seconds separates first to third. And Manning River actually are still in the, and even Lake Macquarie. So it's going to be very close. I think Leichhardt are looking quite good out in the front in the middle of the pack, but on the far side, I think it's also, is it the St George? Yeah, the St George crew on the far side as well. But this boat in the middle of the pack, the Leichhardt boat, just extending their way now. We've got a good momentum, a good rhythm going there. Has St George got anything left in them? All these competitors have done so much racing this weekend. And a great exercise in keeping that momentum in a boat going. As Leichhardt take the win on the far side, St George are going to finish second. It's going to be very close to that final position. Who's going to take it? It's Lake Macquarie, half a boat length in front of Shoalhaven, who's going to be half a boat length in front of Manning River themselves. So Leichhardt take it, St George second, Lake Macquarie third.
Yeah, very well judged race by the Leichhardt crew, and they certainly hit out hard, nice and early. St George normally a bit quicker off the start than that, so may have not done them any favours, as they had a lot of work to do after they came through the 500 metre mark. But certainly a great race, and also for that Lake Macquarie crew coming over the other 2 crews towards the end of the race to take out the 3rd place.
Yeah, great racing there. Good, and all these guys have raced so much this weekend. They must be absolutely shattered. Next race is race 136. And it's the men's B single scull, so the youngsters. On the far side from ADF Rowing is Cam Hardy. From Drummoyne we have Andrew Goldstein in lane 3. From Newcastle we have Gareth Skalkeed. In lane 5 from Black Mountain, Christopher Smith. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Nicholas. From Grafton we have Daniel.
Yeah, Nathan, this is a quality. While we only have the 6 scullers in this straight-out final, there is, as I said, a lot of quality in the grouping here.
It looks like it's hard to tell from this angle, but certainly Grafton's Daniel Lang, the youngster in the field. As he comes through, let's have a look at the timing. Has he got his nose in front? Looks like he has. As they approach the 500 metre mark, it is Daniel Lang. He's got a couple of lengths on Des Moines' Andrew Goldstein and Newcastle's Gareth Salkeed. ADF Reigns' Cam Hardy is in fourth, being chased down by Nicholas Brown from Des Moines, and Christopher Smith is now to that mix as well. But Daniel Lang put his stamp on this race early, being just over 5 seconds out in front of at the 500 metre mark. Is the fly and die strategy going to work? We're going to see as they come to the last 250 metres. Des Moines and Newcastle have got a long way to make up. Des Moines was sitting in second, but being harried by Newcastle's Gareth Salkeed. I think the Newcastle rower might have just moved into second position. When it's stroke for stroke for bronze and silver. Daniel Lang doesn't look to be too doesn't be too pressured at the moment. He's keeping his eye over on his right shoulder. He's keeping the pressure on. There's no relaxing for him. As the two scullers on his right shoulder will be going stroke for stroke together, and so often they will drag each other because of the close proximity, closer to the winner. But yeah, it looks like Daniel Lang from Grafton. He will take the win, and it is Gareth Salkeed who will take second position, having rode down Des Moines' Andrew Goldstein in the last 500 metres. Des Moines take third. Nick Brown from Des Moines will take fourth. And it will be the sculler from ADF Ryan, Cam Hardy, who will take fifth. And Black Mountain's Chris Smith brings home the rest of the field.
So we'll just move on to the medal presentation for the Women's F8 Championship of New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medalist, North Shore Composite, Karen Summit, Catherine Sainty, Mary Walsh, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammit, Julie Wass, and coxswain Kelly Marsh from Leichhardt. In second place and silver medalist, North Shore Rowing Club.
Yeah. Yes, I think. Yes.
So in second place and silver medalist, North Shore Rowing Club, Sandy Schul, Sarah Hall, Penny Morris, Carolyn Reid, Julie Bohm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, and coxswain Sydney Krieger. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, North Shore Rowing Club, Suzanne Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Penny McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and their coxswain, Jane Kavanagh. Please join in congratulating medalists for the Championship Women's F8 of New South Wales. Oh no, and it's the the final of the E Women's Single Scull, and as we come down towards the line, it is Renata Ibmar over here in lane 7, who is holding a sizable lead over her training partner Kathleen Hextall, who's just getting shaded at the moment by Rosalie Furness over there in lane 1. So it's going to be very tight on the line between Kathleen and Rosalie as they move towards the line. So we've got this one very late, but it does look like Kathleen may well have done enough to just pull in front, but Renata Ibmar absolutely streeting the field in this race and has come across with a great win in the E Single Scull, followed by Kathleen Hextall. It will be Rosalie Furness, who has had a great row, to come in 3rd place. It is a little way back now to lane 8, which is the Newcastle Sculler, Phoebe Sanders, who will just come in front of the Jules Bosco from Newcastle Uni, and it will be North Shore's Catherine Boland, and then followed by Lysart's Carmel Taylor. So a very good row. It's a time of 4:20. Renata Ibmar holding a 6-second advantage over Kathleen Hextall, 1.2 back to Rosalie Furness, a little bit further back to Phoebe Sanders. What a great race there, and also well done to all those competitors.
Must have been their coach. We'll move back up to the start. Already underway is the women's B quad scull. The current title holders being a Richmond Mossman Black Mountain composite, and not in this race. On the far side, we've got Glebes, Elizabeth Lester, Belinda Rowe, Heidi Lindell, and Jacqueline Harris. In the middle of the pack, we've got Leichhardt, UTS Haberfield, Lake Macquarie composite of Trudy McDonald, Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, and Daniela Borgert. And then on the near side, a Shoalhaven Black Mountain North Shore St. George composite of Andrea Cruz, Olivia Tong, Jane Clues, and Katrina Davis.
Well, Nathan, there's some quality crews in this race as well, and certainly the Shoalhaven composite is a C crew, but they have some big hitters in that crew, and it's a bit of a Andrea Cruz, Olivia Tong, Jane Clues, and Katrina Davies. This is a very well-credentialed crew, but it does look like the Lysart composite crew in the middle of the field holding a little bit of an advantage, and if I was a betting person, I would say that has very similar crewing to the interstate crew, New South Wales interstate crew. So doing a great job in a B quad scull to be currently in front, and they went through the 500 metre mark with about a 1 length advantage over the Shoalhaven composite, and a little bit further back to the Glebe Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, they're doing a rate that they arguably their oldest. They're a D quad, racing against B's and C's, but they're certainly holding their own. That 2.66 seconds doesn't look like the Leichhardt composite the Shoalhaven composite has managed to eat into it much. In fact, if anything, it looks like they may be pulling away. I think the Glebe and Shoalhaven composite are going to fight it out for silver and bronze, and Glebe have got a bit of a push behind them now. But the Leichhardt composite keeps on chugging along. And with each stroke, just seems to be eking more and more distance, as it looks like the Shoalhaven composite are tiring very quickly. Can Shoalhaven keep off Glebe? That will be the race, because it certainly looks like Leichhardt are going to take this. And Glebe and Shoalhaven, they're going to race for silver and bronze together, stroke for stroke. Very, very close between Glebe and Shoalhaven. Who's going to take it? Leichhardt know what problems are the winners, but stroke for stroke, I think I'm going to say Shoalhaven just pipped it. It will be a, Shoalhaven just pipped it by 0.37 of a second. Shoalhaven silver, Glebe bronze. Just pipped it there in the last 5 strokes. Glebe got their nose in front. Couldn't hold them off. Very, very close racing indeed. And that was race 138, the women's B quad, the winners Leichhardt. In second place, Shoalhaven, and third place, Glebe.
And just another quick call out for bow numbers. They're in critically low in the bow number distribution there at the moment. So if you've got any bow numbers, can we please get them back to the bow number dispensing, please. And we'll move straight on now to the medal presentation for the men's B single scull. And in third place, and bronze medalist from Des Moines Rowing Club, Andrew Goldstein. And in second place, and silver medalist from Newcastle Rowing Club, Gareth Salkeed. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025 from Grafton Rowing Club, Daniel Lang. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Men's B Single Scull Championship of New South Wales.
And back on the course, already halfway underway, we've got the Men's D Double Scull. On the far side from Newcastle, Keats and Smith. From Shoalhaven in lane 4, we've got Trenor and Basher. In lane 5 from Mossman, we've got Butland and Deutsch. And in lane 6 from Glebe, we've got Muharis and Nietzsche. At the halfway mark, it was the Mossman crew of Magnus Butland and Alex Deutsch, who had quite a comfortable lead of almost 5 seconds from the Newcastle pair, who also had a similar length lead of a Shoalhaven and Glebe. A bit spread out at the halfway line. So Magnus Butland and Alex Deutsch to be quite comfortable.
We'll just quickly go over to the medal presentation for the Women's E Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place, and bronze medalist, Endeavour's Rosalie Furness. Looks like we're going to hold off on that medal presentation until this race finishes, Nathan.
Yeah, I think it's bar and disaster. I think it's a pretty processional Mossman pair. Deutsch and Magnus will leisurely glide their boat, their double, over the line to retain the title of the Men's D Double Scull Champions for 2025. On the far side, Chris Keats and Brad Smith from Newcastle will take silver. And Shoalhaven are going to keep off the Glebe crew to finish in bronze medal. So Mossman first, Newcastle second, and Shoalhaven third.
And we'll move back over to the medal presentation for the Women's E Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medalist, Endeavour's Rosalie Furness. In second place and silver medalist from Des Moines Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextall. And in first place, a gold medalist and champion for 2025 from Des Moines Rowing Club, Renata Ipmar. Please join in congratulating medalists for the Championship Women's E Single Scull.
And on the course, the final race of the day has already commenced. It's race number 140, the men's A Single Scull. The current title holder being Newcastle Uni's Odin McIntosh. He's not here today. But on the far side from North Shore, we've got Jasper Bauer. In lane 3 from Newcastle, we have Jack Hanley. In lane 4 from St George, James Hunt. In lane 6 from Newcastle, Ben Homer. And in lane 7 from St George, we have Kurt Armstrong. And it seemed to be off the start. Now Jack Hanley got a great start from our video feed. As they approach the 500 meters, we'll see if he's managed to maintain that great start.
And of course, Jack Hanley was certainly recently in the New South Wales lightweight 4, I think, as
That's right,
my memory serves me.
Yep.
And so dabbling in Masters rowing. So this is great to see.
There's indeed, yes, some 2.5 boat lengths ahead of Kurt Armstrong. A 4.5 second gap between Jack and Kurt. And then we've got Ben Homer from Newcastle in 3rd and James Hunt from St George in 4th. And then Jasper Bauer is taking a leisurely trip home. Jack Hanley, 4.5 seconds out in front at the halfway mark from Kurt Armstrong. I'm sure you won't mind me saying the oldest in this field, albeit they're all A single sculls. It's definitely going to be a race for bronze and silver here between Newcastle's Ben Homer and St George's Kurt Armstrong. They were close at the halfway mark. 1.5 seconds behind. Ben Homer was in 3rd, Kurt was in 2nd, but I think he's managed to overturn Kurt on his left-hand shoulder. But certainly Jack Hanley put the marker down early on in the race, got a great start, flew out of the blocks, and has had a comfortable lead all the way to the finish. Jack Hanley takes a gold medal winner for the last race of the day. Newcastle's Ben Homer takes silver from Kurt Armstrong, who finishes 3rd. James Hunt in lane 4 finishes 4th. Jasper Bauer will complete the racing for today and finish 5th.
And moving right over to the medal presentation for the women's B quad scull. And in 2nd place and silver medalist, Shoalhaven Composite, Andrea Coos, St George, Olivia Tong, North Shore, Jane Clues, Black Mountain, and Katrina Davis, Shoalhaven. And in 1st place, gold medalists and champions for 2025 in the women's B quad scull, Leichhardt Composite, Trudy McDonald, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Bronwyn Downey, UTS, Christine Phillips, UTS, and Daniela Bourget, Leichhardt. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Women's B Quad Scull Championship for New South Wales.
We will turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the men's D double scull. In bronze medal position from Shoalhaven, Martin Trenor and Joseph Basher. In silver medal position from Newcastle, Chris Keats and Brad Smith. And without any bias at all, the gold medal position goes to Mossman's Magnus Butland and Alex Deutsch. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's D double scull, Mossman's Magnus Butland and Alex Deutsch.
And moving on to our last presentation for the this year's 2025 New South Wales Masters Rowing Championships. We have the last event, the men's A single scull. And in third place and bronze medalist from St George Rowing Club, it is Kurt Armstrong. And in second place, from Newcastle, and silver medalist from Newcastle Rowing Club, Ben Homer. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025 in the men's A single scull, Newcastle's Jack Hanley. Please join in congratulating medalists in the men's A single scull championship of New South Wales. And that wraps up our commentary for the this year's New South Wales Masters Rowing Championships. Nathan, we look forward to returning for the Australian Championships in a couple of weeks, if they'll have us.
I think they will. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour, as usual. Some great racing. Thank you to all the volunteers and helpers that make this such a special and successful event, and particularly to Bentley's for sponsorship of the regatta, always thinking ahead. And from me and Rob, have a great day and a safe trip home to everybody.